Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a connected out, an epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description after the live is over. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. That's my portfolio. And if you're interested in anything, please email me. Also know that there are things and commissions that I don't have available anymore. I know I've been getting some emails and a lot of the stuff that people pick out have been sold, but I can't put that on the website saying sold because of commerce and laws and all kinds of nonsense. So just email me and see what's available. And I appreciate each and every one of you for that. Um 3D memberships, 4D memberships is a great way to contribute back to this channel. I also give you oracle card readings more than an hour, 4 times a month, every weekend, and it's basically a $40 value each time I do them. So you're already like way ahead of the game. You get special emojis, chicken emojis, and Little Thor and Freya emojis. You also get entries into my raffles when I do hold them, and 4D gets behind the scenes access, which I am working my tushy off on the next little presentation, and we'll be doing a video very shortly for them. But otherwise, 4D gets the same thing as 3D, so consider joining this beautiful community. Hi, Scott. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Ashmaya. How is everybody today? I am like down 3 pounds. Not that I don't mind walking. It's been clearing my head. It's been getting me some fresh air and some grounding time. Is it the safest? No, not gonna lie. And when I have to get to a store, I have to walk because affordability on things are. But I do want to thank Ash Maya and Charlene, and even Scott for helping me out. I wouldn't be here without you guys, and it's a team effort, so thank you. I needed that tobacco, folks. We're going to get into a lot today. Before I do begin, it's Freya Friday. And I've been having to feed little Thor down here. He's in his cat mansion, happy as a little purr baby. But anytime I open up the back door to put the food down, this cat skedaddles out and runs like so. My house is shaped and built weird. So there's like no snow along my window line over here. So he's been running out, and I'm like, stop, just eat the food. But he won't let me be anywhere near him. It's weird. Thank you. Um, so I have to rewire this. I didn't put the right gauge copper. My Merkaba fell apart. It's falling apart. Um, I'm just trying to keep it on for the moment. Uh, so Little Thor does not and will not come near me until I close the door. So I can't film him. We're gonna see if I can get it back upstairs, but it's too cold right now, and there's no snow down over here because I have a awning kind of thing. But I do want to thank each and every one of you. I was just, and I still have one more bill to pay, and I have another one in like, I'm trying to pull it out a little bit, and do. I like to pay things like before they're due, unless I do auto pay, and a lot of my like utilities are on auto pay, but like for other things, I pay with a check or I do app stuff, but I pay it. Like I have to physically put in the number and everything. So I've been holding out on some of my bills and to the date, and I got one that is owed tomorrow that I have to pay. But otherwise, I am tight and not in a good way. So, yeah, so Little Thor's eating down here. I'm gonna hope to get him back upstairs, but this morning was negative 10 degrees. And yes, I walked in that and I'm fine. Hi, Kathy. That's good, Ashmaya. Um, I'm so happy for that. Little Thor, thanks to I don't even know, but I'm gonna thank who I know one person, Ashmaya, and her hubby, but someone else also contributed to Little Thor and Freya's food. There's still some stuff up there. I'm not worried about it. I have enough in the moment for the moment. Um, I don't know when the other stuff is coming, but whoever got Little Thor the heating pad, my other heating pad wasn't really working. And I'm blessed because the day before it reached below zero, it came in the mail. Like it was dropped off and delivered. And I'm so happy that little Thor is now having a hut that's super warm. So whoever did that, you don't even have to say who if it was you or not, but thank you. That was my most largest concern. I know like ferals are used to the free, but not to this extent. It is brutal outside. I look like I'm going to on an Antarctic hunt when I'm doing my thing. Hi, Marcia. We're gonna go into everything. We're gonna get into a lot of it. There's a lot going on energetically. We're gonna speak about today. Um, but I just wanted to get that out of the way. So thank you to, Ash and her hubby for helping with little Thor's food and litter. This stuff aids me so much because it's so expensive. Uh, when you're having to do it all, I can always go to the store and get a $4 bag, but without a car, the delivery prices on things. Hi, El Sunray. So thank you. And the heating pad, little Thor has been in his little mansion. He's been drinking and eating. I've been feeding him down here. And actually, I saw him because I wanted to check on the heater, um, make sure everything's running right. And I put down more food for him. And that wouldn't be if I didn't have you guys helping out. So thank you. Um, sorry, I'm on late tonight. Um, because it's so frigid outside, let's see how cold it is. I think it only got up into the mid 20s today. 20, it's 24 degrees currently. But that's not the wind chill factor. So I walked home in that, but it was a briskly nice walk. And the other day when I walked to the gas station, I saw a deer. It was like out of a freaking movie. So there is a walking trail behind my school, and I didn't even know that because we have one of the biggest yards I've ever seen for my school, like any school. Usually there's track and field, but it's in elementary school, so there's a lot of different things. But there's a huge field. We have fencing, and behind that, I didn't even know what was going on behind it. Now I do know what's on behind it. It's a walking trail that leads to the road that I live on. So it's closer to the store and it's a little safer for me to walk because I'm not walking in traffic. So I took that and a buck, jumped out in the middle of the walking path and just looked at me in the snow and the trees and the sunlight. It was gorgeous. Yeah, we got snow coming in too this weekend. It did, Ashmaya. Thank you. Yesterday was this week. This week has been rough again. I'm questioning if I'm a medical medium. And not like the guy, that has a spirit guide telling them what's wrong with somebody. Not that kind of medical medium. I guess I could say this. Said child scared us again. And I had a moment of something that my mother, I'm gonna let's just openly, candidly talk. I just have to be careful how I word things. So I was in my mother's presence in her death state. I was there. I saw my mom die. I crossed her over. That's not the traumatic part. It's the stuff that your body does that I picked up on. One is the breath, the smell of it. Like I have stinky breath. I have coffee breath. Like, guys, I have my coffee. I'm so happy. Um, Thanks to another beautiful soul that doesn't watch my channel, sent me some fundage to get a Walmart delivery. Uh a- and I got creamer. So I'm so excited to have my coffee. Anywho, my mother had a specific smell to her breath. I've never smelled it on anybody else before, ever. And my mother's breath never smelled. So it's just a weird, I can't tell you, I can't really describe it. And my mother's feet, because she had lymphedema, was so out of sorts. And said person, child, had the same presentation this week. And it freaks me out when I have to change her. It freaked me out because of the smell. It like took me back to my mom. And like I was holding back my tears, not because I feel sorry for this little one in physicality. Soul, yes, gonna be beautiful, beautiful, beautiful soul. Beautiful. All my kids have really beautiful souls. This one in particular is like an angel. Yeah, so Aldi and a few other stores do deliver, but it's through like third party carriers and stuff of that nature. And what I don't like about, sorry, I'm jumping topics, but I what I do like about Wally World is that 90% of what is on the site is available for purchase. So if they're not going to get me something that's sold out. Um, my creamer is very particular and it's not always in stock. So at the other stores, and I don't want a substitute. If I'm paying for a larger container, I want the container I'm buying. And I don't like the third party stuff. I like somebody directly from the store that is doing it. So just happy to get a couple of things. I didn't get much, but it was, just enough to make it through until next week. Food wise, I don't really eat that much. Um, I don't. It's just little odds and ends that I need every once in a while, like the creamer, coffee, and I like some different lemonades. I try to get, and then basic needs, toilet paper. But getting back to child, so that was a wild day, really mentally draining. And I had a student last year who had some very like the behavior was just off and weird and moody, and I said to my teacher, I think this kid has epilepsy. I, I don't like to say, and these are things I don't like to say only because I don't want to be right. Like epilepsy is game changing. It doesn't end your life, or not for that. If you're medicated, you can live a normal life. But there's a lot of limitations when you have that, and come to find out the kid has it. And I intervened at an earlier stage by just noticing things that I'm like, okay, no, I think something's going on here more than just a behavior. Kids act out because they don't know how to verbalize their needs. They don't know when they're frustrated, they can, hit a pillow. I have the beanbag in my, like a beanbag chair that kids read on. I tell the kids, if you're that angry, go over there and punch the beanbag. Like, you don't kick chairs, you don't bite kids, you don't do that stuff. Wall push, we have strategies for the kids when they're angry, and you're like, right? Like, constructively. So like, my room is my room, and we have a few little ones who one of them is presenting very, very similar um behaviors. And I spotted something yesterday, and I like said to my teacher, I'm like, when you're snapping and trying to get a kid's attention and they zone out, we all zone out from time to time. Like, we're in another world, but someone is able to get you back into the moment. This kid did come back in the moment. And I'm like, that's something to watch, because if it continues, that means that there's something more going on up here. Um, so this is why I medical intuitive, whatever it is. I mean, I did smell out years ago. I was in my kindergarten classroom in the city, and I said to like three of the adults in the room, I said, someone has a thyroid issue, and I don't know which one of you has it, but like it needs to get addressed soon. One of them had to have their thyroid removed because it had cancer. I don't like it. That doesn't mean I'm not going to use it for my benefit in terms of helping somebody or give them a warning sign, but I don't like it. I did not get to check this today. Ah! I didn't even let me refresh. Okay, we're up to date here. You know why we're all feeling like crap? I'm not gonna lie. Since I've been walking a little bit, I mean walking to work and back, um, I'm still tired. I will go into what's going on with me. Um, that's a lot of energy. We still have a lot of gritting happening, and we're also getting a lot of light spikes further down. So, like, you see how these are spiking? It's going straight down, and then like it fades. But then we have all of a sudden, like here, we're like, oh, hi. We have a light, we have a little bit of a break, and we get like it's gritting, gritting. We're merging to a new shift or shifting, merging, shift, however you want to speak it into existence. Um, it has a lot to do astronomically with Saturn going direct, the full moon yesterday in Gemini. Chicken! Buck buck. I did not get to show the child chicken today because of behavior. Kids have been very moody this week. Have you been moody? I usually pick off what's going on with the kids and then equate it to us. Uh, frequencies are at a 7.54. So we're like, eh. But earlier today it was 808. I've been noticing things in the electric field because my para has started to ask me, like, can you look at your app? Because when you're talking about stuff like, so yeah, the electrics is high, very high. So, Charlene, what I'm equating that to is your algorithm is changing and you're recalibrating. A lot of you guys that are not sleeping or having broken sleep, like you can't, like you fall out for, like you're napping more than you're actually sleeping, or you're like, I slept and then I'm getting up in the middle of the night. It's because you're recalibrating. Where do I even start? Where do I even start? I love it, Charlene. Yeah. So this is where I'm at in the journey. Last time I read about like the shift itself, like like I am already living my best life, like, and now I have to, like, the higher self, the self over there that has all the things that I need. I chose and observed that self that has what I need, what I want for the now moment. Now that energy is recalibrating within me because it's already going to land here. It already collapsed. Now I have to observe the collapse, meaning I'm being tested from the universe heavily. And I think a lot of you are as well in different ways. For me, it's okay, your car is busted. You have to get it looked at, or do you? So I'm kind of like, well, I can't afford, and yeah, everybody's like, oh, you can go get a battery, you can go get this, okay, but like at the moment, my bills, my food, and the cats are my priority. The car is not. It's not because I don't want to go out and get a new battery. It's like I need somebody to take me to go get the new battery and see if that even is the problem with the car. I don't know. And I don't have the money to bring it to a shop. One of my other coworkers' car broke down. Her husband went to get it assessed for an estimate, and it was $1,400 to get her car fixed. So, like, and you know, and that's her husband. That's not her going to a shop and getting taken advantage of. So at this point, I'm just taking my life day by day. I'm walking to work. I'm actually enjoying, not necessarily in the morning, but like the walk home is very peaceful. It's quiet. It's meditative, and I don't mind that. Now, if I have to go out and do something like go to the post office, I'm gonna have to like cab it or Uber it. Not fun. But well, when I get there, I'll get there. But for the moment, I'm like, I can get everything ordered in if I need it. That's one test. But then the other test is Marine. Uh, and at this point, I'm kind of numb to it, which is a good sign. That means like I'm ending when you're not feeling like emotional to anything, like the car is a car. I'm not getting angry over it. I'm kind of passive about it. That's a sign that already have entered into the new energy and frequency. The universe is just testing me, but do you really want this? Yes, I do. And I'm moving forward without having panic attacks and freaking the hell out. And in Spirit even told me to Amazon wish list the cat food because that's something that crushes my wallet every month. And not because Freya is that expensive, but the food inflation on cat food has exponentially gone up, and it's if I'm trying to help myself get out of this predicament, Spirit's like, why don't you just ask? Most of your subscribers are because of Little Thor and Freya, and there's people out there that will help you. And that's what I did. And it was a test because it did take me a whole weekend to have the balls, even though I'm a female, to make it. Like I wrestled with that. Thank you, Charlene. And that, you know, I listened to another one. I didn't get to take notes on the new video that I did post it on my Facebook. It's like an echo, and the echo gets super loud and super in your face. And I don't think I'm done yet with the echo. Like I think with the car and with the limitation of transporting and getting to the store, I have kind of overcome that. Um, but I know I'm very happy I don't have another job, and I have a job close enough that I can walk. Um, it's one of those things that until you are in it to witness it and observe it and understand what the universe is trying to do and why your soul wrote what it did, holy hell in a handbasket. Those walks help me just keep reiterating to myself, I am arriving at the reality that I am sovereign financially. I am arriving at the reality where the struggle is no longer a real thing. It's not hard to ask for that stuff. And I've been, speaking upstairs, I'm like, could you give me some tidbits? Like I'm just allowing the things to happen, but at the same time, and am I on the right path? It does add up, and I'm just thankful for people who showed up because a lot of that stuff is going to last me if you and it I wasn't even asking for this month. I was asking for like for a while because Christmas is coming. Everybody depletes themselves during Christmas, and I'm like, well, at least December and January will be covered. El Sunray, absolutely. And this is where the sense of community and the sense of unity and cooperation comes in because we are all supposed to help each other in some way, shape, or form. And the energy exchange doesn't have to be exact. We are supposed to bridge. We are the bridges. We are the flow. We are the ones who are doing it and going to spread it to others. I don't like to say first anymore because there's always been forever someone ahead of you. But a lot of us are experiencing this in its infancy because we're going to guide other people over us, meaning we are the bridge. We're going to shift other people and aid and seed other people. So when it's their time to cross the bridge, they're going to go without resistance. The biggest loop is the universal test that the universe is going to put things in your path to test you. And you don't know what those tests look like. For me, it's like collapsing everything, losing the relationship. I have yet to speak to him, and I'm like, okay, but you don't have to like me, but you got stuff. I have stuff, you have stuff that I would like to have returned, and yet you refuse to call me back. Okay, whatever. If I have a break-in, I know who I'm going to have the cops go to first. I could trust him, and I don't have a hate. I don't hate him. I loved him, and I was willing to work with that energy. That was not the easiest. For a lot of people, no, not. And I have a lot of compassion for people who are on their own journeys and own testings. It was a major test for him, and it's hard, but I can't keep going on the roller coaster any longer. Sorry, I just saw something in my brain and my brain clicked, and now I have to see if I can find them. My beautiful notes. I I'll worry about it later. I just saw that I have my thicker copper wire to restring this. Christmas has been a very odd time for me because when I was with Viking, I did for his girls, and that really gave me a sense of like warmth and cozy cuddles inside me. Like I love doing that. Last year was horrific. This year I most likely will be alone. I'm okay with that. I've done it alone for a long time. That's here or there. I already cut the entanglement to him. And that was very hard for me to do because that is a twin of mine. That is an aspect of myself. We have to look at like every relationship we ever are in, friendship, your family, the one that you love, like your romantic partner, and then your friends and stuff. Like there are aspects of you, especially when you're really close. And I'm like, why is the aspect of myself playing through another person? I know. I am tired. Why is that other aspect of myself playing that role? And I don't know if I needed to mirror, like, what he mirrored to me was so ugly. I'm like, is that really an aspect that I have in my shadow? Or is he interpreting why he left it off the way he did in a manner in which he did that he needed to learn from, not necessarily me. And I don't like that. I'm usually the one that's always testing. I'm like, I get the test that I have to fulfill and overcome. But this one was so like, why are you fighting over something like that? If that's a non-negotiable for you, everybody makes mistakes. And it doesn't show that you love somebody when you can't be patient or compassionate with them forgetting. Um, I mean, I'm not worried. I mean, there's nothing. He has my house key. I don't ever give that away unless I really trust somebody. So I trust him not to come here. And I don't even know how I don't have his, but for me, I just God forbid something ever happened. Um, that I needed somebody to get here, or I fell and I can't get up. I've had that happen to me a few times, and I have had neighbors come in and help me. So, and this is like way, way back in the day in New York. And when I moved here, that was like a sense of, holy shit, if something were to happen to me, like I'd rather it be somebody that I know that has access to my house and has access to something than nobody, and it's a stranger. Um, so right there and then he should know I don't just give my shit away to anybody. I'm very protective on stuff, and I'm just baffled. Yeah, I still have aunts and uncles that my adoptive ones. Even my biological ones, I don't really sparingly speak to. And that's my biologic side. And on my adoptive side, I thankfully saw that my cousin's still alive. He doesn't call me back. I call, and I don't know what's going on. I mean, my cousin just passed away not that long ago. So I know it's hectic and it takes a while for things to be settled and a new life, new dichotomy. So I'm giving him grace, but he is old and he has some health problems. And I would really like to know, hey, are you okay? Cool. All right. Have a nice one. I love you. My coworkers were like, "Oh, do you want to do Secret Santa?" Like everything here, is Secret Santa and doing nice things for each other. But I don't have $25 to be or a car to be going to the store ordering stuff. Um, I also used to put up Christmas lights. I have a bunch of stuff I really enjoy, but it's so cold. It's so cold. Do I really want to bother with it? And then I'm trying to keep my electric bill down. So currently right now, because it is in the minuses overnight, I've been having my heater that I have under my desk is now in my laundry room, making sure my pipes don't freeze. And I have a mini heater underneath my kitchen cabinet. I have the sinks, plural, dripping so that I don't have last year's issue where I couldn't even get water for a few days. Um, I'm not looking forward to that. So Allison's preventing that from happening with the beautiful heater, and that's going to suck the electric bill up a little bit. I mean, I love the one thing I could say that I love about Christmas and the holiday season is the memories that I have as a child, but also I love when I'm around the neighborhood and I'm seeing the beautiful decorations and like the awe-inspiring inflatables in front of people. I love that stuff. So I like to see it. I just don't have any ambition this year to do it. That's for sure. But for those of you who are seeing the shift happening, we have to get out of that karmic loop. And when you're looking at quantum mechanics, yesterday I got channeled some crazy shit. Crazy shit. Um, I made notes. So I was doing my presentation yesterday. I did the WASP reading, which was really interesting. Oh, I mean, iffy, but there was some good actual quality stuff that we all talk about all the time, just said a little differently. Um, when I so what I'm trying to do is like break down, like give you the scientific understanding of what these terms are, and then kind of breaking them down. So yesterday, the many world I'm Allison is team many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. Um, but there's things I argue with it. I challenge it, but I still believe that it is a many worlds in the multiverse, but the many worlds interpretation. In one of them, it's branching. When a measurement is made, so that's like from whatever device they're testing something on, the observer and the system become entangled. Instead of the wave function collapsing, the universe splits. Each possible outcome of the measurement exists in a separate parallel universe. Talk about this overlay, the overlay. That's what I think they don't understand, that everything is overlaid. If in quantum, the many worlds interpretation, it's overlaid. And this is iconically a bunch of what Dolores Cannon was speaking about with the negative, positive, old Earth, new Earth dichotomy. That's what she's talking about. There's a split. And you choose which one that you, or you're frequenting at which one that you're going to be a part. There is wave function collapse. And the reason why I'm saying that, in the observed reality, while still entangled to other parallel universes, you are in other universes right now. These potentials can be merged. That's what's happening now. Once physical frequency merges to a higher state where one potential universe plays out. And that's your observation. So I know there's a self out there that has the SUV that I really like and that I know is safe, that I have a better paying job, very similar in field, but a little different. That this channel is exploded and that it's a really good passive income for me, that I don't even have to work another job if I didn't want to. That my art career is soaring. I am selling. I am at the post office all the time. So I see those potentials. I see that reality. I am now entangled to that version of myself that has the things I want here that's already playing out over there. I'm entangled to it. It's collapsed so I can observe the effect. Not because every choice I make does a split. I still have to be a conscious observer in one branch dichotomy. In one branch reality, I still have to observe it. So in this moment now, I'm the observer observing itself. And when we're talking about branching, I do believe we have wave function collapse, but it's entangled to all things. So I have to investigate this more, but this is like the big channeling I got yesterday, that we're entangled to all things anyway. And then in order for something to come into physicality in the observed reality, the wave function has to collapse. Yes, it does split, but you still have to observe it for it to collapse. Yeah, I just want to experience this life for a little while. I'm not old and I'm not young. I'm in that midway point where all the stuff that I would like to do and share moments with somebody, like I don't have like a best friend like that. I thought I did, that would go on like vacations with me and explore the world together, and I don't have that. As in terms of a friendship with somebody. Um a part of why, like, I've been this really strong, hyper independent woman all my life. My parents brought me up. I know you are. But I know somebody out there has to hear this. Like, I have been brought up hyper independent. I had to take care of myself once my mom went back to work. I had to learn how to do everything really for myself. And even when both my parents were alive, I still had to function and do for myself, more so than other kids might in those age in that bracket of time. When my dad died, I was young and I had other responsibilities that I didn't necessarily was ready for, but I got thrown into. And when my mom died, the same thing. That's 8 years ago. Like my whole life has changed, and it's in my youth that these changes occurred. And I did almost everything by myself for so long. I have to learn at some point how to manage with another person. We're not supposed to be alone at this next venture and vesture that we're all headed towards. And that's not to say, if you're widowed or someone passed over, you had the experience. I haven't lived that experience yet in a totalistic uh viewpoint. I have not. And I think that's where my soul wants to lead myself to, is to find somebody that is my best friend, but also is somebody helping me, and not by paying Allison's bills. Never saying that, but at least taking some of the stress off of me. I do want to have experience with another person and make the best out of that, and the 3D stress would be lifted a little bit. And not saying all of it, but a lot of it would. Knowing that if I can't put up, all of the bill for a utility, that the person that I would call my husband has the rest. You know, I want to be a contributing factor to my future, my almost incurrently observed relationship. A lot of men don't, a lot of men, I don't want to say that, generalizing. A lot of projection is seen, that people, like, for what I do, it's niche. My artwork, I'm not like a famous artist. I'm not in galleries. I'm not in museums. So, like, to strive for something, what dreams I have for myself, someone would be like, "Oh, well, you're living a pipe dream, get a 9 to 5." And I'm not supposed to be doing that. Sure, right now, but I'm supposed to start helping those with wanting an unconventional way of means of living. Does that make sense? That's the new self that is merging. How do you go about things unconventionally, like not in societal favor, not in societal terms? We need to look to people who have ingenuity and haven't used of course, everything has a system, everything has a program and a narrative, but the ones that are the path least taken is the one that I have to take. And it's not a comfortable one. It's not easy. It's scary. There's a lot of rational fear, but if you don't try and you don't go down that road that's less traveled, how do you even carve a path? You do. Not So this one other definition is interesting. Observer's role. The observer is not special. The observer is a quantum system themselves, and their perception is confined to one branch of reality, which is why they only experience one outcome, because you're perceiving from the reality in which your thoughts are creating in this physical vehicle. That's right, Charlene. That's right. When my parents adopted me, they were 37 years old. And to me, a lot of people criticize me for saying, well, at 36, I'm done having, if I don't have a child by now, I'm not having one. Like, why are you limiting yourself? Because I would be deemed a geriatric um parent at 42. I'm not coming back. I'm not going to get tied down, and my soul chose that route. Was it a potentiality and a possibility? Sure, it's always there. It's just down there in another reality on the lower density scale. I'm shooting up, baby. I'm going up. And that's not to say that if you have children that you're tied down to here. It's not the case. For myself in this particular instance, for me, having a child would be me having to come back. It would be tying me down to earth. For those of you who, have them, don't think that, you know, your soul chose its path. Don't question it. I know I'm not coming back here for another earth life. I chose that route and I'm very comfortable with it. So I'm comfortable not having children in this life. But my children are my students. Be it as it may. I'm getting hit again with it. With chatter. I'm getting chatter. Sorry. That's a lot of children, Charlene. I know I had children in other lives that I've lived. That if we're looking at it in a linear perspective, I had kids throughout my lifetimes, and you know, this one I get to give the kids back to their mommies at the end of the day. I'm okay with that. I don't and to be quite honest, I know I'm talking to an older crowd in the chat. I don't know if and being all honest and not to discourage anybody in my age bracket that has kids, I honestly don't know how I would have managed having a child in this world, in this particular moment. Yes, it's beautiful when we get to that other side of that bridge, right? Some of us are already there. It just needs to be realized by humanity first. I, I don't know if I can handle a child that is dependent on technology and can't think outside of the box, that can't think for themselves, that's having AI write their freaking essays. I honestly don't think I would be okay as a parent. with what the garbage is going on in the schools. And I'm not talking about early education. Like I believe schools are very necessary for children to learn how to socialize, how to handle conflict, how to deal with real life instances. If kids can't manage their emotions in early childhood, they're never going to be able to really manage in adulthood. There are still adults out there that throw tantrums. They have the labeled name Karens. Sorry if there's anybody here named Karen. But we see the Karens of the world. We see the men of the world having little hissy fits. Oh my God, it's not going my way, and I'm going to complain, and everybody's going to hear me because I have an ego the size of an inflated balloon. I mean, I this is something that I've been observing in my school makeup. What my I love my Paris. She is 20 and already has two kids. And there's no right age to have a child. You are ordained and appointed to have those children when you have them. The problems that I'm seeing in society today is that kids are having kids. They didn't have a chance to grow up. They didn't have the chance to actually be responsible adults and go get a job and to work, even if it's at Mickey D's, whatever. The responsibility for most of these kids aren't even there because they decided to choose to do something, an act, and chose to bear kids without the knowing and understanding how hard it is to put food on the table. Now, if kids were going to work, being responsible, and they have everything they need, okay, then a kid is fine. But kids are having kids. And I see a lot of the parents that are very young, they don't know how to advocate for their kids' needs because they don't even know how to advocate for their own. I feel like a lot of the feeling that I get just being here where I'm living right now currently is like the biggest curse that can ever be upon a place. And this is in almost half of the country. The lived experience of the lesson that all these people have to have is that you never got to have your childhood. And childhood doesn't mean from from 1 all the way to like 18. What we give the age 18 for legal consent to go and join the military, to go and be able to have a driver's license, right? These are the milestones that we give to kids. But honestly, until you're like 25 to 30 years old, you still have so much unexperience in life. You think, and that's where the kids, the defiancy in the late teens, early 20s, like I know everything. I know everything, everything, everything. I have this beautiful job and blah 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 blah. Have you lived? Have you lived? I think a lot of us didn't have children for whatever the reasons are. But I've noticed in what I'm witnessing as an observer a lot of these kids aren't giving themselves the time to just be. Because when you have a kid, you can't just be. When you have a child, it's their world now that you have to consume, not your own. And I think a lot of the planetary issues stem from children having children and not two mature adults coming together that are financially set. It's a standards from the 1940s, 50s that I think really do need to come back. And as much as I'm not, hey, if you are in your early 20s and have a six-figure job, and I'm not saying you have to have that, but just taking societal normal norms and making it make sense, and you find the man of your dreams, and by 26, 27 having a kid, like you at least have more lived experience where you know if you hit rock bottom, you know if you lost your job, and if you know how to navigate those things. Children at the age of 16 having babies, they're not living that experience. They're living the struggle on top of the struggle, on top of government assistance for the rest of their lives. That's the system that they chose to derive in, and that's a problem. We all wrote our story, and we got to take ownership of that. And during my walking, I really take ownership of, well, I wrote this. The shadow work that I've done for years on myself is, okay, so I chose this. Detaching emotional state and saying, well, what was this experience meant to be for? Why did I have to experience this? What was the lesson? And for me, the knowing is like, you're not coming back here, honey. You're not going to be bound by much because you got to learn how to detach. And the last couple of years have taught me how to detach. That doesn't mean I don't love. That doesn't mean I'm a cold-hearted, see you next Tuesday. That just means that I love really in every aspect of my heart, but I'm not attached. I have the feelings, I feel fuzzy and warm, but I know how to go neutral if I need to. Ashma is amazing, by the way. All of you are. What a lot of us are experiencing in quantum terms is decoherence. We're decohering. The universe is doing it for some of us majorly, and we still have to put in the work for this, but you're decohering your old life, your old self, your old personality, your old sense of what you always knew is tried and true. Oh, wow. That's amazing, Arnie. I mean, we're decohering right now. And if my car is a part of that decohering, then I'm hoping the universe and myself observes, and the reality that I am cohering to is a newer version of a SUV that is four-wheel drive that can get me around without breaking down all the time. I'm very blessed and very thankful that I have the car that I have in the moment. It has taken me from New York to so many states, and it took me here and safely. If it wasn't for that car, Ethan and Morgan wouldn't have landed in Indiana. And I wouldn't have been able to bring home Odin and Freya. So I have to be thankful for the things that have served me up until this point, but I have to detach. Like that was the car that my mom bought for me. And I mean, obviously her, but that's the last vestige I have of her. Besides jewelry and her tchotchkes. Other than that, everything else that my parents gave me as a legacy is gone. Done. Dunzo. Dunzo. But we're collapsing a new wave function. We're collapsing what each and every one of us observes to be an abundant, prosperous, beautiful new life coming in now. The shift is happening now for many of us. That's why you're exhausted. Why am I exhausted? Because I'm living in two different timelines. I'm ping-ponging. I still have to go to the job and show up. I still have to go and do what I have to do in order to live in the 3D. That's old self. And if it's a part of my new self, it will stay. If it's decohering out of my old, everybody that is not on my frequency, not vibrating at the resonance that I'm resonating at, are decohering out of my presence. They're dropping like flies. The test from the universe is these people may come back and challenge your timeline. Are you going to loop again? Are you going to fall for the same crap again? Are you going to put up with the abuse? Whatever it is, are you going to loop back into it? That in itself speaks volumes. There's a quantum AI and metaphysical ponderings incoming, guys. There, guys, I have to show you something. I have to show you something. Okay, I gotta put it on mute. Hang on. Commercials. Oh, that creeps me out. No! Have a good one, Kathy. Thank you for joining. I'm just sharing once again the one that I am not a fan of, Mayim Bialik, Dr. Mayim Bialik, has Federico Vigine on her show. Yay. He's the one I'm reading the book currently, Irreducible. He's gapping quantum mechanics and spirituality together, and he's really close. Really close. I challenge some of his stuff, but from a spiritual perspective. But I posted this on Facebook. It is worth listening to because she actually questions really good questions and postulates to him. And I didn't even get the whole way through. Like I didn't even watch the whole thing. I saw that when I got home while I was heating up my food. I was like, what? So go check that one out. I'm going to see if I can leave a link after the show and leave it in the link section if you're interested in that. I like how she questions. I might not like her too much, but I like the direction she is going. And because she is a neuroscientist, she knows how the brain works, to the minuscule stuff. She puts her identity of personality and ego in the corner, and she allows herself to open up, and I like the way that she does it. Um, so yeah, go check her out. I hope dinner is really good, Kathy. Hi, Auntie Amy. I have to get more little Thor emojis. It's little Thor with the violet flame. Saint Germain of the violet flame. And Freya emojis, Miss Freya. I made Freya the thumbnail. I was a hot mess when I got home because I had hat head. I had hat head. It's not as hatty head as it was earlier. But I was a hot mess and I wasn't taking a pic. Miss Freya, girl, cute as can be. So if anybody's been listening to that reads the source message, I don't always resonate with them, but they've been resonating a lot with me recently. This chapter is about authorship. Gathering all you've learned, all you survived, and letting it fuel a kinder direction, becoming more awake to your own voice, more willing to slow down instead of rushing into old cycles. This is why a lot of people are telling you to slow down. The astrology is telling you to slow down. My mailbox was empty today, girl, but I keep checking every day. I don't know what they're eating. I'm doing with my mail because there's some bills that I haven't yet to get, and internet being one of them, and I don't know what goes on with that. Just saying. And it's not because I don't pay, it's just no one's giving me my bills. Um, More prepared to build a life from awareness instead of autopilot. And I gotta say that most of us are not living in, hi Walter, in autopilot. I honestly think a lot of us are more conscious and aware. Oh, cool. Well, thank you, Miss Amy. We're past the seasons when choices were made for you and paths were handed to you. You used to walk those because you didn't see another way. But now your own vision is opening up to you. This time, the story follows your voice, not your fears. And I completely believe that. When I was saying earlier that I lead a very unconventional life. It's not because I don't have a job and I'm walking. My whole path has been not necessarily handed to me. I wouldn't say that I chose the path because I needed lessons and learnings. And I feel that the majority of us here has already learned all the third dimensional shit that we are going to learn. And now we're upscaling into higher dimensional form. We got new lessons and new stuff, but the tests are really the universe testing you to see if you're ready. Are you ready? And they're not easy tests. I mean, me walking to work every day, it's giving me a time to consciously breathe in minus negative 10 degrees. But have a good one, Miss Charlene. We love you. And thank you so much for your love and your help and everything that you do for here, especially Chicken and Betty. I got Pinky over here too. This next one, perspective of the day. I post these every day on my Facebook, by the way. I used to do it on Telegram and then started to work, and they don't always come out at the same times. And I'm not on my phone at work unless I'm having a break. So, guided by an unseen hand. Not every chapter makes sense while you are living it. Some experiences challenge you so deeply that you question their purpose. Yet with time, you begin to see the hidden wisdom behind them. Trust that your journey is unfolding the way it needs to. Even detours and delays can guide you toward alignment. Today, let go of the urge to control every detail. Choose faith over fear. Trust that life is working in your favor, even if you cannot see the full picture yet. What is meant for you will find you exactly at the right moment. And for some of us in the astrological world, Aries being one of the signs that's had 14 years plus of suffering, hardships, and lessons. We are the first zodiac. I think that's why I chose to be born in the sign of Aries, because I completed my cycle. And that's not to say that you guys haven't repeated your cycle. I think in every incarnation or carnation that you come down here for, consciously in a vehicle that you're in awareness, that like you're choosing from this vehicle, all the ones that we've lived. We have incarnated in every sign. And then we go back to repeat in sign, like Aries, Pisces, Taurus, Gemini. We're repeating. We lived in all of them. And then we come back, I want to say maybe for the last incarnation in one of them. And that's the one that is usually your initiation to what the astrology signs are giving you. Uh, Fire is purifying, and this life I am purifying and burning away everything that no longer serves me. For a water sign, it's purifying and cleansing through water. Air, same thing. Earth, same thing. You guys are doing it just elementally different. And it also ties into your personality and the traits that you also hold. And it's not the only Your sun sign isn't the only planet. We had a full moon, super full moon in Gemini, and I am a Gemini moon. The energies have been bat shit effing crazy. Patty! Flapping wings, flapping wings. Because this moon is the sign of the actual literal shift. We started feeling it when Saturn went direct. We started feeling the energy change. We started seeing things in the outside world shift a bit, just a bit. We're seeing things going on in the political world that I don't even give my 5 cents to that anymore. If it scrolls past me on social media somewhere, I entertain it for a second just to see where everybody is at consciously. Cool. Not focused on it anymore. We were supposed to get checks and then it keeps getting delayed. Universe or idiocy. I don't know. JG Wentworth, I still want my money and manifest it now. We're supposed to get stuff we never got. So I don't hold my breath anymore to that stuff because that's also a farce. You're not being authentic if you're not saying and speaking the frequency of truth. And that level is at different variables in the wavelength for everybody. I can't wait to do a quantum AI metaphysical ponderings. For this one article alone, I'm just going to give you, I'm not going to share screen. Scientists measure ultra fast quantum link between human understanding. I'm hiding that, Scott, as best as possible. All right, let me see if I can go on my Facebook to find this. I guess I want to read it to you guys. I read a lot of stuff because I think it's important for us to get perspective. Hey, baby Luigi. I know, I'm tired. This also talks about the energies. I'm saying is what it's really speaking about is this stuff is happening within your body as well. So when I was listening to those videos, something that stuck out to me, and I listened to the things multiple times because each time I listened to very similar information. I mean, most of those AI generated videos that quantum unfolding and the wisdom of the universe and other channels, they're using AI, and a lot of this stuff sounds very similar. They're using similar diction, phraseology, and it just loops. There is nuggets of wisdom in any one of those things that you listen to, and it sounds like it's the same. This spirit really encapsulated for me yesterday because I was getting channeled like ridiculous. When you're decohering, which just means that everything is falling away from you, like the people, places, and things that no longer need to be in your reality because you're harmonizing and recalibrating into a new one. You're not just crystallining your body, you're crystallizing the new reality and the new version of you. when time collapses on itself, meaning that version I'm entangled to, that I want all the goodies. I want a new SUV. I want, and I'm observing the reality where I have, 100K subscribers and 300 memberships. And I was just throwing that number out there. But I'm pulling in that timeline as time is collapsing on myself. That time that's collapsing is picking up the entanglement and dropping it here. So it's a merger because time does collapse on itself. It's the reality that you are entangled to that's getting pulled with that time. So it's like grabbing it and merging it here. Once the universe tests you and it's like, yeah, but no, I'm moving forward, I'm moving this way. The crystallization is the physicality of the things that you're collapsing into your reality. It has to crystallize. It's not just you becoming a crystalline being. That's going to take a very, 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 very long time because we still have to live out the biochemical agent of this vehicle. You're upgrading. Yes. Your DNA is unfolding. Yes. Things are happening on etherical levels. Yes. And slowly more of this stuff is adapting and merging within us with the codes, with the light, with the earth frequencies, with the raising and shifting of vibration. Yes, we are changing inside molecularly in our cellular network inside of us. Our nervous system is recalibrating to handle the new, the blasts that are happening. We also had a solar storm. I have to find that article. All this stuff is, but your body is not becoming crystalline overnight. And that doesn't necessarily work where we are in reality in the moment. But the outside world has to crystallize first for you to become crystalline. Does that make sense? That's what I got channeled yesterday. You are slowly becoming that. You're slowly shifting into that, but the outside world also has to correspond with your inner. I'm just tired. I'm using the Schumann resonance, the spikes that have been happening. After I had a long day at work. Um, a long day at work, had a walk home in 20-degree weather. I think it was like 15 degrees with the wind chill. Got home, made a laundry, put the distiller on to distill some water, made sure all the heaters weren't going to catch fire, checked on little Thor and fed him. Clean little Freya's litter box, heated up something to eat, and then decompress because like when I'm walking, I'm power walking and I'm sweating like a crazy person. So I had to change and a whole 9 yards, a lot. I mean, baby Luigi, a lot of that stuff, I hate to say this because I was so desperate in my past life, old self life, that I looked into a lot of that stuff. Like, oh, you can do this auto book and you can do and you can wait and da 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 da. If you're not an entrepreneur networker of the pyramid scheme and you're It's bullshit. And most of the stuff that they tell you, affiliated marketing and stuff of that, can you, or do they tell you that you can? And I've tried a couple of those modalities and I've been offered ride home. It's not that my I have really nice coworkers. Uh, I rather walk because I like it. I like to meditate and get some exercise. Not everything is bullshit, but going onto Canva and creating your own coloring book based off of everybody else's work and selling it on Amazon. ugh. Yeah, they do. They want you to buy their courses or read their ebook and all of that. It's here's how I make money, and it's online. It's not a lot of money. I am not getting paid next month off of YouTube because I didn't hit the threshold, but January I'll get paid. I mean, and you see, I for where I am, I now don't have a car to be doing Uber Eats or DoorDash or any of that stuff. It's not easy in where I live. My town is really big by its measure and distance, and a lot of sketchy things are in the outskirts, and that's where usually most people. I did the DoorDash thing with Viking when he was down and out, and it does not pay that well. Delivering food and dropping it off like a Walmart and stuff of that nature is not as bad. People don't tip because people don't have the money to tip. Um, Someone ordered me pizza because there was a big sale the other day on Domino's. It was like 50% off pizza. So someone ordered me pizza, and I had like dollar bill cash laying around, and I tipped the guy $5. The guy that drove the pizza to my house, he's like, I'm like, here. He goes, and I'm like, yeah, thank you for driving out in this weather and it's cold. He goes, not necessarily, but I am not at the financial point to be arguing with what people order me. I'm going to eat what people get for me, and I'm blessed for that. Unless I'm allergic to it, obviously I won't eat it. But if people order me food, I'm going to get it. Like again, I love to eat clean, but those salads and the organic stuff is expensive. I can't afford it. So someone ordered me pizza. It was 50% off. When I tipped the guy the money, he's like, no one ever tips anymore. And he goes, believe it or not, like I don't really see the tips that people do online. He's like, I barely see that. It's taxed on top of that. So he goes, half of that money I'm not even seeing anyway. So he was appreciative because he got to keep that. He doesn't have to give that back. That's his to keep. And I said, that's for you. And it's not a lot. I wish I had more, but he goes, hey, thank you. And we had a nice conversation, and he went on his merry way to do more deliveries. But I never saw somebody so humbled in my life over $5. I usually, when someone orders me stuff like that, and there's a sale, I usually freeze. Like I'll have a slice and then I'll freeze the pizza, and then I have pizza. Car's done. I need a battery and a kill switch to start. I don't know who to call to get to the store to buy one. I don't even have a car or a way to getting to the auto store to get a battery. So that's where I'm at. And I'm not ordering batteries off of Amazon because they're not good quality. Hey, I don't know what quality they are, and I'm not fucking around and finding out some 2 days later. Yeah, I listen, I tip all the time in cash. When I go out to a restaurant, I'm tipping cash. I don't trust when you put down, take it out of my debit card an extra $10 if those people ever get it. I don't know if they do. Oh yeah. I mean, when I moved here, the trucking guy and he had one guy helping him move the stuff into my storage unit. I tipped them because it was like Christmas. Like I will be in Indiana. They did my storage on the 8th. So on the 8th, I will be here officially 3 years. 3 years ago, I gave the guys in tips $500 each. I was like, Merry Christmas. Thank you for like doing the best job. And both of you, you know, being away from your family and taking an extra day off, to help me get this stuff into my unit. And it was a lot of stuff. Blessed. I tipped them very well. Moving is not easy, and they were like they gave me a dolly and they gave me like stuff from the truck because they were like, no one's ever tipped us like this. I'm like, why not? You're doing physical work. Thank you. When I left the hotel, like I got everybody that worked there like a whole platter of like bagels and like a whole spread, thanking them for their kindness. They're, not going in the room when I like wasn't there because of the cats. And, like I did the laundry and like just they were so amazing. I thank them very much for what they did. But nowadays, like I saw it with Viking, no one tips. Gas ain't cheap. I don't care what they say about, oh, the gas is under $2.85. That's still high. Let's read. Ascension message. This is from by Rebecca James. The final full moon of the year just hit us like a cosmic exhale. And now that it is past, the body is feeling everything it couldn't process while we're all exhausted, while we were still holding it all together. You might feel wiped out, overstimulated, achy, emotional for no reason, or like your system is both tired and wired. This is the release phase of everything that the full moon stirred, collapsed, and brought to light. The Gemini moon didn't just close a chapter, That's what I was talking about earlier. It pulled the mental cords, clearing and cords cleared the soul static and snapped the final emotional twains to anything unaligned. So this is not just like for me, my astrology is really hitting me hard, but this is hitting me in every facet of my life. Now we're left in silence after the storm, and the silence can feel loud. Today, everything feels quieter, but it's not stillness from stagnation. It's the silence of sacred recalibration. Think of it like the moment after the storm, where the air is cleaner and the senses return online. Your nervous system may be tender, overstimulated, or even blank. But that's not a glitch. It's your body learning how to carry this much light without breaking down. You're not tired for no reason. You're not scattered for no reason. Your system is running updates that the mind hasn't fully caught up to yet. Let yourself exist today without needing to understand it all. The biggest shifts happen when we stop trying to decode the storm and just let it pass through. Today, the energy is asking you to honor your nervous system like its sacred processor of light. Let your body be the temple. Let your soul do the leading. I started to see this shift 2 months ago. And then it rapidly started kicking up right before Thanksgiving. And then by Thanksgiving, bye, Felicia, everything that no longer serves me. Bye. And it's not to be an arrogant asshole about the bye. Of course, if people, places, and things that are meant to swing back around come back, it's because they are vibrating at the frequency that I'm at. They started to realize, started to do their learning, their clearing, their recalibrating, and now they're back to baseline where I am at. I am not ever again lowering my potential energy for anybody but myself. And I would say that to all of you too. There are people in our world who are baseline material. Even if they express in spiritual terms, they are not embodied. That doesn't make them any better or worse than you. They just view and perceive the world differently from you. They're rational and classical models of the system. They don't know the abstract. And the hard aspect of that is that they are well-meaning, beautiful souls who are just anchored down to a world that you're not in, but still exists with you in your dichotomy. You are the one that has to observe that up, up, up now. Sure, the universe is working its way to aiding us in the way that we need. I don't like the reasoning that my soul chose for people to leave my life. One was extreme and very, very scarring in terms of what people project onto me and think of me based off opinion. I don't like the little trivial nonsense that just happened in the relationship. And he probably doesn't perceive it that way. He thinks it's his boundary line being crossed. Me, I don't see what I did being something to lose a relationship over. But everybody has their line that they draw in the sand, and his was drawn. So be it. I'm not going to fight that anymore. I know when I say I love something, I really purely, truly mean it. But I know how to detach from that entanglement that I'm going to keep myself safe and not loop back into destruction. Um, and again, those people, places, and things that decohered out of my frequency, if they choose to do the work on themselves and to cohere back to my wavelength, welcome back. Hi, we missed you. I'm not going to be a jerk, for they knew not. And that's a compassion that a lot of us needs to lead from and not get so, well, they did this, that, and the other thing to me, for they knew not. That's why it's a famous quote. Really look at for they know not. They're only and you can apply that to your own self. You're only doing the best that you can from the place and the frequency that you're doing it in. There's always an expansion. You're forever formidable infinitude. You are everywhere and nowhere at the same time. You're in everything and only observing this one branch of reality. You can only be so wise in one reality. So there's people on lower frequencies and living in lower dense states that they perceive their reality way differently from you, and for they know not the higher or the perceived reality that you're seeing. They don't see it. And that's okay. And at one point we were down there too. It's evolution. And not all of us are evolving at the same time. We're not meant to. If grandma in the basement 5, 6 years ago is still in the basement, alive, well, but scared to come out still, are they living? What are they living? The reality they chose based off of fear. We're moving into the love. We're moving into authenticity. I mean, the meeting that I had for people, they talked about gratitude. And I really wanted to step in. And I don't like to, it wasn't my like chapter, it was like a different community that was speaking. As a spiritual person in the room, I had to hold my tongue back so hard. And that was a big test for me because I wanted to correct. And instead of like correcting, I'm like, you know what? They'll find out when they find out. They're like, oh, frequency is like the gratitude is the highest frequency. It's not. No, it's midway. Because you should always have a attitude of gratitude. Always. Have a good sleep, Miss Amy. Thank you for joining. I'm hoping to get little Thor back upstairs tomorrow because I've been feeding him down here and there's no snow for him to step on down here because I have like a roof and then you go into my house. Um, so I have like a clearing downstairs where the food is more accessible to him without his pawpaws getting hurt. So, but he doesn't like me being there when he eats. He won't come. I have to leave. So I'm hoping I can get him on video, but he is eating. He is well. He is in the cat mansion, nice and heated, thanks to the person who got me the heater. So little Thor is thumbs up. So I'm going to read something, but this was posted yesterday. Happening now, which was yesterday, a rare extreme G5 solar storm. We are currently experiencing a G5 solar storm, the most potent space storm since 2003. G5 is the strongest on the scale, and this energy possesses powerful magnetic properties. Seize the opportunity to channel it to your advantage, as manifestation power is currently at its peak. Be open to the abundance of infinite love and the magnificent opportunities that await you. Your ability to manifest is heightened. Devote all your attention to your desires and witness as your dreams begin to transform into reality before your very eyes. Envision the most favorable outcomes, allowing yourself to become that your dreams are about to come to fruition. Rest assured, you are destined to receive blessings and outcomes that far surpass your wildest imagination. This weekend, get ready for your long awaited hopes, dreams, wishes, prayers to finally be answered. I will, girl. Here's the thing about the manifestation. Let's talk about it in quantum terms. It's already collapsed. You just have to cohere as you're recalibrating to the frequency of where that object sits in space. That's an opportunity. Like a Maserati isn't going to drop in the air and into my driveway. The likelihood of that is not happening. If someone had a car accident and the Maserati jumped into my driveway, that's a higher probability. But it's not my car, it's someone else's, right? So we need to magnetize in our Taurus fields from our heart space the entanglement of you that already has what you want and using the laws of nature to attract it to you to crystallize and collapse in physicality via the means of new opportunities of new people, stuff of that nature. Not that, oh, tangibly, you have to work for something in order for it to have a cause and effect to manifest here on this planet. Like I said, I couldn't have bought this house if I didn't put my other house up for sale and do the work of moving it out and getting a realtor and all the 9 steps. You still have to put the work in to get those 9 steps to have things manifest. Right? People just think manifestation means falling into my lap. Well, you know what could fall into my lap? Somebody from an art gallery saying, "Hey, we really enjoy your work. Do you want to you send us some work so we can put it up on a show?" That's an opportunity. That's not me being it's me being abundant in opportunity, not financially yet, because no one bought the pieces yet. And no one called me to put my work in their show, but that's an opportunity. An opportunity of how the abundance flows let's just say a car dealership had a giveaway, sweepstakes, and there was a free entry. You didn't have to do jack shit. You just had to put your name in and you won the car. That's another way the universe works with you. But that is a very, very minuscule scale of how that works. I have a lot more, guys. I shared a shit ton today. Noteworthy. December 5th through 7th, this weekend, you are releasing old patterns to their final endings so you can birth your power and divine authority as receptive, wise, loving, sovereign, and discerning. This is your highest self that you are accessing as the sun moves through the great mother, womb, and galactic center. All mysteries are solved. What's hidden is the revealed. Gratitude for the past is resolved as it ends for good. Surrender to the process and allow this transition to occur. Creative expansion of the mind and soul will soon be expressed through the center of your truth as you are in equilibrium with them. Yes, claim it. We have December 5th. Yesterday's full moon opened a door. Today, where you step through it. The clarity you're feeling is not random. It's a sign that something in you has completed. Old patterns are losing their power. You are choosing differently, thinking differently, becoming someone lighter. Trust the space that's opening. This is your moment to release the last piece and say yes to what's next. And when these things were posted in the past or similar things were expressed, it never hit home with me because, and not to say that I wasn't trying to change my life, my world, my everything, it wasn't meant to be at that time. So those words never really hit me as hard as they're hitting me now. Let me know if you guys are being hit and you feeling it differently now than in the past. Because I'm sure different, I'm feeling it, it's hitting home differently with me now. Sorry, guys. Everybody's talking about tired, and I'm on the exhausted chain. Another one to share. Full moon. This was yesterday. Overlapping realities I'm living into. Completion of soul contracts. So I had contracts with a fuck ton of people that are no longer, my contract ended with them. Your overall soul contract, you can't really merge, but the contracts you have with people, places, and things do end. And sometimes you can write out or choose a different timeline where the contract continues or ends quicker. Heightened sensitivity in the body and mind as I keep shifting in my chair. A powerful time to call back lost fragments of yourself. That self that we're talking about is the one that you're entangled to that has a reality that you want and already lived it. And it's sending you back signals. Pick me, pick me. That's our 1111s. That's our angel numbers. That's the feathers. It's yes, spirit, but it's also a part of you. This is why I'm reading this to you guys. Many are experiencing timeline and reality overlaps. I am. You may see or hear things that feel unusual or out of place. These are simply echoes from your parallel realities. The full moon asks you to slow down and flow. Get plenty of sunlight, spend time in nature, soak in a warm bath, listen to your heart, and listen to your body. If the timeline echoes feel intense, shifting your frequency will help stabilize your energy, quiet the overlaps. This full moon will reunite you with your true self, your hopes, and your dreams. We are surrounded by magical energy. Keep your vibration high to attract positive experiences and miracles. Okay, so I'm reading a lot offline, but it's so true for me, and I hope for some of you. The strongest souls on earth right now are those who understand that there are two overlapping realities, two different timelines. So that timeline that you are living currently is one, and the one that is collapsing but you haven't cohered to yet is the other one. You already entangled, you dropped it down, you said, this is what I want, and now you have to obtain it. And this is the one reality that you're vibrating in now. So that's just two. Because these spirits know, hang on, wait. I skipped. And instead of living in their energy of fear, they prepare to flourish regardless of the outcome of the spiritual warfare. Because these spirits know, capital letters, that they are divinely protected and that they are here on a mission to merge the two realities into one higher consciousness. That's our jobs. Yay. They transmit truth, light, and love because they know that nothing can stop what is coming. I hate tags and shirts. Just so something that I need to reevaluate. Yeah, I'm getting 2 to 3 more inches of snow. Yay. Even if I got a battery, I wouldn't be going anywhere. So, shut that down for a second. It's not just about positive thinking, and it's not just about ignoring the shadow. Because if you are just only thinking positively and like, oh, that's what I want, and let's like feel it and walk it, but you're ignoring the trauma, the drama, the shadow that is lingering here that needs to be released so that that can crystallize. What are you waiting for? You still have to do the work. You still have the release to do. You still are being tested to see, have you healed, but did you even start your healing work in the first place? See, a lot of people get confused because they want the manifestation to work, they want it to happen, and then they have the expectations, but they didn't even make room for it in the reality that they're choosing to witness and observe. You have to make room within yourself, energetically speaking, neurologically speaking, to be the observer of the reality that you are arriving at. If I didn't do all the healing, I would still have a lot of unprocessed trauma, unprocessed, unexplored, unsubconscious things, stories, programs, narratives that I would still have to steer and clear before the new stuff comes in. If you want your fully miraculous world to change, you have to do the work of clearing your crap. We all have it. I got luggage. The universe is going to test you. And it tests you with the very shit that you fear. It tests you with the very nuance of your reaction. If you're coming out of, if you're going with the reaction of fear and lack, hey, Allison, your car died. All right, I'll walk to the store. I wasn't old self would have kicked the tires, would have bashed in the door, screamed to high holy hell, fuck this shit. I'm done. I just walked to the store. Like, I did not get upset. Old self would have like freaked the hell out. This self, I can figure it out. I can make another way to get my things. And then I look at the positives about it. I was like, oh, you know what? Sure, it's nice to get out, but it's nice to go for a walk. You know what? Me not having to go anywhere gives me more time to do what I need to do. Like I'm getting a portrait done faster because I'm not bound to being anywhere at any one particular point in time. I'm doing my research. I'm reading. I'm able to do some things because I don't have to run back out to the store. I have to work. I can have it delivered to me. Yeah, it's a little bit on the lazy side, but I am walking to work, so it's like compensation. But that reaction in the first place was like, whatever. Quiet. Instead of getting in the fetal position after what I experienced with Maureen and being devastated, of course I'm hurt. It's not to say I'm not. I'm devastated in some regard, but I didn't cry over it this time. I felt moot about it. Like, that's a sign that you're already headed to the new timeline. where the universe is testing you and taking things away from you, and you're just responding, eh. It's not because you don't care. It's not because it doesn't hurt. It's because your reaction changed. Well, there's nothing I could do about it besides try. Trying doesn't work. Well, then the universe is clearing it out for a reason. If it's no longer meant to be in my path, it's going to be gone. Bye. Not to be an asshole, but I want my new life. I don't want to be stagnated and looping and be in lack, because I am working hard. I'm not sitting on my tushy doing shit and collecting a government check. I am working for my goods, for my wares, for my life. I'm trying. And I know all of you have or have done so. I was going to start with the gems, but they did last minute decision. And these cards are very hard to shuffle. And I will be off during Christmas season for 2 weeks. And I might do a special on my oracle readings. So if you're interested in getting one personal for you, I might put up a schedule. I just shuffled them in my lab because if I shuffle them like this, they fall everywhere. I don't make this shit up, guys. I keep yawning. Not because I want to. The temple, the first card we got. The sanctuary, the shrine, the altar. When we think of the temple, we often envision an architectural structure in a far off land. We are quick to distance ourselves from the sacred, assuming we must expend much effort in order to arrive there. Yet the temple is a universal and omnipresent energy, accessible in the highest and lowest, richest and poorest of places. Visiting the temple might be as simple as stepping into the dapple light of a forest, slowly and sensuously kissing a lover, or closing your eyes to travel inward. This card is a call to re-examine what you pay homage to and what you reject. What do you spend your time worshiping? Your phone, money, material goods? What barriers do you draw up between yourself and the sacred? Perhaps there is room on your altar for something new, something surprising. Offer it to the heavens. Reverence for all life as sanctuary. The connection, the link, the bridge, the gate. Bridges are built to connect two worlds, two timelines. They create flow, allowing us to travel between realms, ideologies, personalities. This archetype is the gesture of acceptance, of saying yes, rather than withdrawing, separating, and saying no. When we cross a bridge to an unknown land, we are led magically into a new reality. We open up to otherness. Healing and communication are made possible. We enter a state of curiosity, wonder, and learning. The shaman, for example, creates the bridge between the everyday world and the sacred. This card asks us to study the connections between the seemingly disconnected parts of our life, relationships, ideologies, histories, his stories. Remember that a bridge cannot be forced. It must be made with love, or its structure will not withstand the inevitable weather of life. Acceptance, magic communication. You are the bridge. You are the temple. Are you owning it? Schumann's calming down a little bit. A little. We have the siren, the temptress, the seducer, the femme fatale. The siren calls and the world spins. What we thought we wanted pales in comparison to the sweet allure of her song. The universe calling you back to the old timeline. We find ourselves lost in a spell of desire and longing, perhaps even lust. Whether the thing calling to us is ultimately good or bad is somewhat irrelevant. It's the journey that matters, and the work of the siren is to take us on a deep psychic descent. Following her song, we go down, down, down to a place where lessons are learned and courage must be rallied. To find our way back to dry land. Try as we might, resisting the call may not even be an option. Unless the Oedipus we bind ourselves, unless like Odysseus, sorry, We bind our hands to the mast of our ship. It's likely, though, that falling for her call is the only way we will come to live more fully on the surface. Awaken sensuality, absorption, arousal. But in terms of these three cards, let's talk about it. You had to have your lived experiences. You had to know what you prefer over what you don't prefer. And some of those things that you don't prefer, you had to learn, and you had to go with your gut instinct at the moment that you had it, and you went for it. It happens. Things fall apart for a reason. You descend into the abyss because you need to learn something. That's the siren's call, looping you back into the old dichotomy. But then once you go into the temple of yourself and you learn to love yourself authentically, not just baseline surface level shit, but you really truly have your boundaries and yourself intact, your energy frequency lifts. You created your temple for yourself, where then you can become the bridge that helps others cross. Because you've lived the experiences where some have not, and you're going to give your experiences, aka knowledge, to those people to say, hey, you can make the same mistakes or you could try it differently. Free will. And that free will is the slow path or the fast path. No right or wrong. So these align with the current energy going on. It did get silent. I was going to go check my YouTube because sometimes when the chat goes quiet, sometimes I have to refresh. So thank you, Scott. And that's probably because not many people are watching. 9. Hi to the 9 people watching currently. I mean, I can't blame Ashma if she falls asleep. It's very late by her. The cards are being stubborn. Well, thank you. Although I'm going to say that, interestingly enough, when I started saying I'm arriving at the reality where I have 100K subscribers and 300 memberships, not shitting you, I went from 2.2K to 2.26K, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it is. It's like over a 100 plus subscribers in not that much time. Like I'm jumping exponentially higher, and I'm not even getting as many views as I was a few weeks ago on the Freya and Little Thor videos. I'm not seeing like the 1.2 and the 8.3K views. I'm only getting 500. And yet my subscribership keeps going up. Interesting. And I lost some channel members. Um, Hopefully we gain. It is what it is. Angel card, angel card, gemstone, angelite. That's why I said angel. Support is all around you. Carnelian, feed your creativity. Amazonite, lose your grip. Stop expecting your shit to happen in the way you're perceiving it in your mind. That's limiting your manifestation as well. I'm not thinking about what kind of SUV or the specific type of SUV, as long as I get an SUV. And listen, it's not, I love my car, but it's not safe. I need something with more weight. Yes, is it more expensive? Sure. But I'm looking for safety and getting around in the winter without feeling like I'm gonna die. Pink opal. Be kind to yourself. And one of my favorite stones, I like this stone. Bloodstone. Get up, get moving. I am. I've been getting up and moving for sure. I was just happy to work a full week of work today. Full week. Yay. Spirit gave me, pull these, please. Sure. I have never pulled this card. Serious star blessings. Yes, proceed, be seen, push through. This message comes with this gateway is a giant yes. It brings the energy of wishing on a star and seeing that the wish coming true. This is a time for you to move forward with any projects or ideas that you have felt called to carry out. There is energy of possibility, positivity, abundance, and excitement surrounding you at this time. Whatever dreams you've come and been revisiting recently aren't dreams, but premonitions. Know that whatever you're connecting with on the inside is soon to be something you'll be experiencing in the physical. So think about what you desire instead of what you fear. See yourself celebrating as if your wildest dreams have come true. As you do so, you'll be creating the perfect energy for them to manifest in your world. Why Spirit made me pull these. Palladian activation, coming together, harmony in the heavens, resolution. Palladian energy is about coming together in peace and harmony. You are blessed to receive this gateway, for it is a powerful message of assurance that whatever uncomfortable energy you are experiencing right now will soon be washed away. The Pleiadians are beings who live in complete honor of their planets and their people. They acknowledge that in seeing and connecting with one another, they have an opportunity to see and experience the divine. They also know the consequences of disrespecting others. It is for this reason that this is no longer possible for them. If you're being challenged by loved ones now, aim to shift the dynamics of this relationship through a loving approach. The lessons you are facing at this time is an opportunity to heal old wounds and operate from a higher state of being. Third eye activation, brow chakra, inner vision, clear seeing. This gateway encourages you to unlock your psychic abilities and to stop questioning your divine ability to see. Know that great potential and healing will be unleashed when this space is activated. If you have an intuition about something, trust what you are seeing. This is a sacred time for the psychic potential that you have had since childhood is awakening from slumber. You've always been a dreamer, sometimes thinking about the future and how it will show up or revisiting the past. Now the gifts that have been discouraged in the past are reawakening, and your inner vision is stronger than you imagine. You have an innate ability to see further than human eyes and are able to identify the energies of what is going on around you with your activated third eye. This gateway is here as a confirmation that what you are seeing and experiencing is a divine alignment and that you are being supported as you develop the source given gift. All right, it looks close, but it ain't. We don't need that going down. I mean, like I was saying earlier, um, I just have a knack of picking up when I'm in person, like physically around somebody, especially the kids. I'm feeling their energy health wise. Not a fan of it because it's something I just, it's not like an adult and saying, hey, like I'm picking up like your something is low, go check it out. right? It doesn't take us, a lot of people don't go to the doctor anymore, but if you're feeling off and you're feeling like deficient in something and I'm picking up on it and you just go get a blood work or whatever have you just to get checked up, it doesn't hurt. But when you have it for a kid, there's really nothing you could do about it besides pick it up and work around it because it's up to their parents to take them and it's their parents' choices if the kid is dealt with or not. The kid can't make a decision for itself. Like I was really lucky last year that we had a receptive parent that was like, "Oh yeah, that's what if you're seeing this, yeah, I'll definitely go to the doctor." And kid was diagnosed and is take taken care of now. And hopefully I haven't he's not in the school anymore, but at least he has a chance. I'm not always right, and I don't want to be always right. But it's really scary. Some of these abilities that I have are not easy to handle, Elons. I don't want to know a kid is going to pass. And I'm hoping I'm wrong on that. I mean, the reality is very much there. I mean, it's mentally, I don't know what's worse. And of course, all of these things have lessons. But I would say, hands down, it's easier to see somebody who has lived a life. Like my parents lived their life. Even though my dad died at 58, he still had 58 years of life. My mom had 71 years of life. They lived their lives. As much as I would love them physically here, the reality is it was their time. But for a child, it hits differently. I don't care, soul contract, not detachment, not. I think in my lived experience, being around all the kids that I've been around and helped medically in my profession, it hits home differently. I've always had the ability to sense when transcension was going to occur in a being. And it hits home harder when you could pick it up on a child. And this is the first time I'm doing that. And it's not comfortable. I heard a noise. I thought it was Freya, but it ain't. And I had spirit in my room today. Um, tangible evidence before I get into the animal spirit cards. So both children were out of sorts today, energy wise. One's been having a harder time than the other, and the other one, the one that I usually watch, I'm able to calm him down quicker than my teacher and me, but the other one doesn't. He doesn't calm down as well with her. Every kid has their person, and this kid usually responds to me really quickly. So he had a rough day. And the surprise today in my room was the kids usually go outside for a little bit of time on Fridays. Our kids usually have a half day, they don't go out. They have a full day on Friday. So what I did after lunch, I went outside and put snow in these big containers, plastic containers, for them to put. We have like mittens for them, and we put mittens on them, and we had them playing in the bins with snow, like building a snowman and making creations. It was fun. My principal walked in and was like, "What's going on?" I was like, "We brought outside in here. I hope it's okay with you." I have a tarp on the floor. But the kids had a blast. But at the end of the day, we bring other kids in, and we knew that there was going to be havoc made with the bins open. So I put them in a high spot that no one can touch. They were there for over 2.5 hours just sitting there. Fine. At dismissal, no one was near this where the bins were. One fell. And my teacher is like, "Did you see that?" I'm like, "See what?" That bin fell, but no one was near it to touch it to have it fall, and it's been there the whole time. Hi, Spirit. I'm tangibly, Spirit is tangibly showing everybody there that there's activity. And then one of my other kids that walk in and start talking and engaging with the unseen, that they're not crazy. I love evidence. We have bat spirit. Hey! A rebirth is assured. I'm rebirthing. Brown bear spirit. Take time out. Scott's spirit animal right there. Nightingale spirit. Love is all around. Dolphin spirit. I actually honestly mentioned dolphins today, oddly enough. This and that are true. Ivy! Oh my God, girl. Antelope spirit. Life is speeding up. I'm not going to lie, today felt very slow in time. I don't know why. What's up, Ivy girl? How's mama? I got 2 weeks off, girl. Come Christmas. I'm not gonna lie. I used to go to coffee shops, like little mom and pop places. I'm not a fan of a lot of other people's coffee. That's the anesthesia, the drugs, and all that fun stuff. I bet it is. Ivy is arriving at the reality where her wrist is healed. Ivy's observing in the reality that she is in the now moment that she is healed. Believe it. It wants a third, a fourth, fifth. Excuse me, I had a sneeze. The only other fun working with pre-K kids and kids that are on the spectrum is that they don't know how to do this. So is all in my face all day. Sorry, I just observed something move. 3 times is his charm. Checking. I don't know if any one of you picked that up. Area right here. This is my straw, by the way, but it wasn't that. Harissa, you are at the end of a cycle in your life. Call upon your angels to comfort you and to guide you to your next step. Happiness awaits you now. That's a good question. I just deleted my when I do go on break. Ooh, not good. Hang on. I'll tell you right now. No. December 22nd through January 2nd, I'm off. I'm off 9 days. Usually it's more than that. Technically, it's like 2 weeks. Technically. I go back to work. I wish they had like they don't on the top of the calendar, they don't have the days. So today is okay, so Friday ends on that side. Okay. Yeah, I am off. My last day is the 19th. Am I going to manifest a new life, a new job before then? Yay! Azure, your desired outcome will occur in the very near future. Have patience and faith, and don't try to force it to happen. You'll be good, Ivy. Don't you dare do that. It's too cold outside, girl. Currently, it is Jesus Christ. 24 degrees. It doesn't tell you the real feel. Some apps tell you the real feel. Hell. Because it froze over. Celeste, a happy move to a new home or a place of employment is in the works. This movement will usher in positive new energy. Yeah, that's not good, girl. Bridget, caution is warranted. Look deeper into the situation before proceeding. So some of you are being cautioned. Akasha, you are a spiritual teacher. You have the ability to counsel others and help them awaken their spiritual gifts and divine life mission. Hi, everybody. That's many of you too, not just Allison. Allison's body is going, hi. You need a magnesium supplement and sleep. But I say not yet. Yeah, no. This is from Arnie's unicorn deck. I'm itchy all of a sudden. Right here, I'm itchy. Hormones. Beauty. True beauty is within and shines outward through love. Oneness, inner standing, spirit, and the human self. Pure, sorry, Pure heart, noble in thought and action. This is gorgeous. Look at the horsey. It's a unicorn. Love. In this, you have happiness and growth in spirit. Wonder. You see all through the child's eye. Please check out my link section after the video uploads because these are amazing cards that Arnie makes, and Arnie's information will be in my link section so you can purchase your own unicorn spirit oracle cards and dragon heart cards. Arnie did a phenomenal job. And also go check out his mystic wands. Amazing music. Go listen, go take a little here in a whirl. It's uplifting with good frequencies involved. Arnie's like exploding in the creative realm. I love it. Yeah, so for anybody that's jumping on from before, Mayan Bialik hosted Federico Fagin, our Italian physicist, microprocessor inventor, and he's on her show and she asked really brilliant questions. Again, I'm not a fan of her, but her questions are amazing. And the work that she's doing with the people she's interviewing is phenomenal. So go check her out. The Federico, I love Federico. I'm reading his book Irreducible right now. I'm actually able to read a little bit, which is phenomenal. I miss my books. Oh, there's 8 of you watching. Hang on. Hang-ons. Because I love you guys and I should have done this earlier, but here we are. Okay, we're reading that already. Oh, it's the same version, I think. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3 books from the Curtises left. Let's check the frequencies, Mr. Pace. And it could also be the geostorm that's still hitting Earth. We're at 7.54 frequencies. That's kind of like midway. And the Schumann is doing that. It's still gritting, but not as gritty. Let me do the cards and then we'll talk about the books. Face adversity head on. The healer. Look to the stars. Heart and soul. Rise to the occasion. Love and happiness. You can find this dragon deck, the Dragon Heart deck, on Arnie's website. Go check it out. I support people who support me. And we're going to do more from Arnie in a sec. But I have I want to save one, so we'll do a poll. Hang on. All right, I'm going to do a poll. I have 3 Curtis books left. So I'm going to choose 2 that I will replace for the Voice of Isis, because the other one is a Letters from the Teacher. And it seems like it would replace the Inner Radiance. I don't know how long these books are. I like literally don't look through the book. I read it with you guys. So if you are interested in hearing Gems of Mysticism, you're going to poll yes. If you are interested, I mean, I'm going to read both books regardless, but which one would you rather hear next? For young souls, that equals no. So it's not a yes or no question. It's which one do you want to hear? Gems and Mysticism is yes. Young souls equals no. And I'm going to start the poll. I'm going to leave the poll open for a little bit so that anybody coming in, I don't have YouTube up just in the moment. 7 of you are watching. So make sure you do the poll. I know it's a little confusing, but they don't give many options when you're making polls or asking questions. I'm gonna read both books regardless. It's just which one do you want to hear next? And then because you guys are awesome and it's Friday Night Live, you guys get to say, why not? Why not? This is Arnie's or the Oracle of Tarot. I'm going to pull the Oracle first, then the Tarot. There's 8 people watching. Make sure you do the poll, people. Which book do you want to hear next? The Voice of Isis has ended. I'm sad. It was such a good book. So sad. But next time I'm doing a reading, we're doing the new book. You guys get to choose because you are awesome. I'm going to do it with them both anyway at some juncture, but what do you want to hear next? For Young Souls equals no. The Gems of Mysticism, yes. I did not preview the book beforehand, so I don't know what any of the content is in them. I usually try not to tamper with the Curtis books because they're all amazing. All of them are in their own way. They all have their own distinct teachings, lessons, words of wisdom, the time is now dichotomy. Not terrible cards. In Tarot Land, if you are channel members, your Oracle card reading will be coming this weekend. Hopefully my pipes are good and everything is free flowing for me to get some catch up on some cleaning and chores. And I'll be getting that out. Also, I might throw in something I haven't done in forever. I might do a pick a card. I've been feeling tempted to do it, but I might actually do it for everybody. Tempted. Spirit's like, keep going. Keep shuffling. Keep shuffling. I I I don't cut decks like everybody else. I feel my way through the cards. Oh, Arnie. Arnie put his face on some of the cards. It's great. Or at least one of them. So what I usually do, I don't do the tarot. I honestly don't read tarot. Sorry, my desk is a mess. So I like to pair the cards as best as possible. So I'm going to read the oracle first. The social butterfly, celebration, and friends. Strong connections. Now is the time for connecting and branching out. The Three of Cups. And pairing with this is the Knight of Cups. Love is in the air. This can be in relationships, a family member, a loving friend, or love of a new career. We have the the Six of Pentacles, because I don't know why my brain saw three. Six of Pentacles. You have much balance in your life. You like to share your abundance, whether it is financial or emotional, with others. Helping others bring much pleasure. Come on, people. I need a tiebreaker for the poll. 10 of you watching, do the poll. Which book do you want me to read next? The Voice of Isis is done. And that's a Curtis book that was worth every moment of it. If you're interested in listening to the Gems of Mysticism, hit yes. If you would like For a Young Soul, press no. We have the Nine of Cups. Abundance, wealth, and material gain are yours now. Create, start a project, a new career. All is taking off for you now. I affirm, I take this, I observe this in my reality. I'm arriving at the reality of this card. Yes. The Five of Pentacles. Often you feel alone and isolated from others in this time. You show your fortitude and make positive changes in your life. The Magician. Time for manifestation. Use your potential and the power of intention. Turn your ideas into reality. Bring your desires to life. We have the Hanged Man. Sacrificing to achieve a greater goal. This could mean sacrificing time, energy, comfort, resources, old habits, or attitude. Finding a new path by giving up old ways. If this isn't reading the energy a lot of us are experiencing right now, I don't know what is. We have the Nine of Pentacles. Sorry, I had to look it up in the book. I like looking at the book because I want the intention to be of the meaning the person made that card is. That words are not computing in my brain at the moment. Fruits of labor, rewards, luxury. Five of Wands. Often the toughest fight is the fight you have with yourself. Stop being your worst enemy. Stop this trend today. And we got lovely Arnie on our card. You'll see in a second. We have the King of Wands. Big picture, leader in overcoming challenges. That's Arnie, right there. Affirm it, own it, embody it, claim it, claim it. Claim it. I'm looking at my cards. See if anything else is calling me. Two votes. And how could we tie this 2 votes? Where did the deck of I'm missing decks under here. They're all like hiding. I need angel answers. And I can't find my smaller deck, so we're gonna have to use this one and hope that we get a an answer to tie break this. I don't do coin flips. I don't have a coin. Which book shall I read? Let's start with Gems of Mysticism. 2 votes. I guess not. 2 people watch the more of the people that were on earlier. I just Spirit came up with this last minute. All right, what is the Gems of Mysticism? Am I reading that first? Meditation brings answers. I'm not looking for that. Doesn't apply. Does not apply. Unlikely. That's not a yes or no. I don't know where that deck went. For a Young Soul, is that the next book reading? Another card that does not. Oy, 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 oy. Okay, Spirit chose. There's a yes for Young Soul. For the Young Soul is the next book. Spirit decided. Spirit decided. So thank you for those two people who did the votes. I appreciate you. They're both going to be read, by the way, so don't get upset if you didn't get your choice. Um, we are going to read both. I read all their books. All their books get read by me. So don't get upset. This is interesting. The universe is saying the full moon in Gemini has closed the door behind you, not just on a month, but on a 9-year chapter of your soul's story, which has been fucked up. This moon didn't just illuminate the sky, it illuminated everything you've carried, learned, outgrown, and survived. It showed you what is finished, what no longer echoes, who you are becoming. Even though the moon has peaked, her energy is still moving through the next few days, loosening the threads of the past, helping you release the final pieces of the last cycle. Let whatever needs to fall away fall. You don't need to hold the weight of who you used to be. The snake year asked you to shed layer after layer until you could see your truth without the old skins. Truth. Truth. And I think next year is the year of the horse. Anybody confirm that? I think it's the horse. I'm a boar. I'm going to pull some rune cards. This is from Spiritual Science. It just grabbed my attention. Change happens faster than you think. Cutting edge neuroscience confirms that your thoughts, perceptions, and neurological states are in constant, rapid flux, highlighting the brain's incredible capacity for minute by minute adaptation and reorganization. Anywho, possessions won or earned income, luck, abundance, financial strength in the present or near future. I claim. Burkana, birth, generation, general fertility, both mental and physical and personal growth. liberation, regenerative power, and light, of spring, renewal, promise of new beginnings, new growth. Nadis, delays, restriction, resistance leading to strength, innovation, need fire, self-reliance, distress, confusion, conflict, and the power of the will to overcome them. Not a bad card, but what I'm receiving from the first two beautiful cards is that through, I can't tell you how many times the delay, be patient, be patient, be patient, be patient, be patient, be patient. Da 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 bum 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 da 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 da. The chicken dance keeps playing in my life. Delays, delays, delays. Be patient, delays, delays. Be patient, be patient, be patient. Chicken, be patient. So all this patience hopefully will bring these two together. But it's to overcome them. So I have to be patient again. 42 years of that. I just put the cards in the wrong box. I did. Chicken! I'm so upset. The child did not behave and I couldn't bring out chicken. I brought the green chicken. The absurdities happening on some of these memes are traps. Don't fall into them. Don't do it. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. People are still playing in the program. People are still playing in the narratives, the political stuff, and feeding way too much into it. It's okay to be an active observer without attachment. It's okay to observe. I see stuff all the time. I just don't buy into it. I don't. Sorry. Not sorry. I'm going to pull some angel numbers. My higher self is talking. I hope that some of yours is too. (1818) optimism. Successful manifestation of your abundance is near. Higher levels of optimism are needed as new abundant beginnings are on the horizon. Brighter days always comes after the darkest of nights. Everything is in perfect order as I enter into this next chapter of my journey and connect to the abundance that is near. 9/11 courage. A doorway has opened for you, and while apprehension may be felt, allow courage to flow in as you put your best foot forward. You are being encouraged to let curiosity lead you and know that this divine has your back. I allow courage to prevail as I curiously lead leads me through new doors. Prep, I want to say preparation. 143. Life is filled with phases. The whisper is telling you to prepare the unexpected and allow change to pass through you with a sense of peace. Financial and creative changes are upon you. My dreams and desires are coming to fruition, bringing change that I welcome with an open heart and mind. If these cards aren't screaming new beginnings, shift, merger, collapsing wave functions, cohesion, realignment, recalibration, I don't know what does. Spirit's calling. 1111, intuition. Trust in yourself. Your inner whisper is working hard to let you know that it is guiding you. Listen in. What is it saying? Feel it. Where is it telling you to go next? See it. Close your eyes and allow. Trust the path you're on. My intuition speaks to me and I listen. I trust that all things are happening for a purpose. Yes. I'm pulling from Arnie's angel card deck. Give me a sec. Angel number 1212, embrace the guidance of your guardian angels. Stay positive and trust in the divine plan unfolding for you. Balance, growth, and strength. You can find these on Arnie's website. The links will be in the link section after this live is over. Go check his website out. It's amazing. 313, growth and intuition. Embrace the guidance your guardian angels are offering you. Trust the message and strive forward. 1187, divine inspiration, guidance. Remember, you are always being divinely inspired. This will lead you to great success. 657, you hold high values. You hold family, friends, love, relationships, truth, and trust in high regard. Material things mean little to you. People are the value in your life. That is very true, at least on my end. I totally know that snow is incoming only because of how my body is reacting. Weather. It's coming in on Sunday, but Saturday is going to be a high of 30 degrees. Tonight is going to be 9. I don't know. The angel numbers book don't go that high. Interesting, Scott. I'm curious. Let's see if this is the AI overview. The angel number 8888 is a powerful symbol of abundance, financial prosperity, and major positive change coming into your life. It signifies that your hard work is about to pay off and period of wealth and blessings is on the horizon. Go, Scott, go! Woo! I hope you didn't pay that amount. That's expensive. Oh, I haven't gotten this one in four. It's one of my favorite Wardruna songs. Laguz, water. Laguz is a rune card representing water, and water is universal symbol for emotion, both positive and negative. If this card appears, you are being encouraged to release your emotions and let them flow to the surface. Tears can be very cleansing, and emotions should be acknowledged and openly expressed. Hence why Allison vents. Don't hold back. Allow yourself to feel and live your life to the full. This rune also shines a light on the importance of being guided by your intuition, which expresses itself through feelings. What are your emotions trying to tell you? Another association with this card is a need for a renewal. Perhaps rigid ideas are holding you back or stifling your creativity. It is time to be more open minded and to let the past go and start anew. Meditating beside a lake or a river or visiting the seaside may help release creative blocks and bring renewed energy and inspiration. Goddamn Scott. We got Laguz. My goodness, that's a lot of gas. Yeah, that makes sense, Scott. I, I wish I had an attachment for a tractor to get my leaves up. Because you know what? Half of my whole entire problem and everybody else's along my road was they didn't do leaf collection when we all put our leaves to the curb. Now that's all in the snow. Yay. And when the snow ever melts, if it ever does, it's just going to be a goddamn mess. That's where my taxes go to. Hi, Farley Plumbing. Hi. Um, Before I get to our last card of the night, um, I'm working 40 members. I did a lot yesterday, but then Spirit channeled me a whole ton of stuff on the many worlds interpretation. And I got to read more in Federico because he doesn't believe in the many worlds interpretation. He sees it differently, but I am seeing it differently. And it's just a shit show. But I trust upstairs is giving me just what I need in a greater understanding of how to parlay it to all of you. I don't quite understand everything in the quantum world because I conceptualize it all. I don't do the math. I suck at math. Like quantized properties, I'm not worried about. Probabilistic nature applications, no collapse in the many worlds interpretation because it's based off the Schrodinger equation. And I say hooey to that crap. Not that it doesn't like no collapse does happen. It's just when we're forming and bridging into a new reality that we are now trying to observe and crystallize in our spiritual dichotomy, we want to be able to collapse materially the things that we need. And that includes abundance because finances is usually equated to that, but also like exchanges and stuff is in the physical. So you need to collapse states of energy in order for it to densify down to be seen by the observer and the observed. That's why I have a problem with the branching. Yes, we are entangled, but even in the double split experiment, like but it's all entangled. So it's measured. So like I even made my notes. I made a post-it note. I'm so proud of myself. Yes, I'm silly. But I am arriving at a reality of absolute financial sovereignty. I'm arriving at the frequency of sacred unconditional partnership. I am now observing the reality. So anybody who wants to actually bring things into their physicality, I am now observing the reality. And you got to feel it. You got to embody it. And you got to believe in the feeling in your heart space, not here, here. So I am observing the reality where my business makes six figures. I'm observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers and 300 memberships. I am now observing the reality where my husband arrives in my life. I'm declaring it because it already is, because I already lived this life in another dichotomy, in another paradigm. And I'm merging that reality with this form, vehicle. I'm calibrating my energy and refining it. I'm using superposition to entangle myself to the timeline of my observation of want, desire, and need. Not because I want a Maserati in my vehicle. I don't. I just want a newer SUV than a sports car that ice skates in Indiana. You need to liberate yourself. And in order to do that liberation, in order to get out of the old, his story, the story that you claimed because you needed it, you contracted it in because you needed certain soul lessons, soul growth to be where you are in the now moment. But now you need more soul. I'm ringing like crazy in this ear. Weird. Weird tone. It's not my normal one. We are no longer in 3D. So our 4D lessons have to start emerging as we're playing out the contracts in a third. And a lot of those contracts are going to be done soon, if not already. And they're slowly all going to stop. And then there's going to be the death rattle of the old system trying to pull you and lure you back into the old earth. That's not negative polarity. That's not the draconians. That is not demons. That is the universe testing you to make sure that you are ready and that you're not going to repeat your past. The problem that we all have been stuck on is that we haven't passed the initiation to get to the new earth as a humanity. Because we keep going for the carrot dangling on a stick, going down rabbit holes that is perpetuating the energy of the old, not the new. If 47 wants to give me a $2,000 check, I'm going to say, where is all the money stolen from me from the corrupt corporation? $2,000 isn't going to suffice. It's great. It can help out with my property tax, but you know, you know, we got to build the momentum for the new. As the old world dies and as I, walk to work because my car isn't working, like I said earlier, it was -10 with the wind chill this morning. And I still got up and put all my gear on and went to work. I didn't cry about it. I didn't get upset. I didn't kick the wall and say, fuck. I didn't call a teacher. I do have options. I do have people that live close by. But I decided to walk. Why? Because it clears my mind. It brings me into coherence in the now moment. It makes me, that would be. walking in nature, no matter how cold it is a challenge for me, but I'm doing it. And I'm losing, I'm gaining tone, I'm losing weight. Is there 11 likes? Um, I am a niche. I'm speaking things that most people are yet to wanting to confront within themselves. We're moving there, we're moving on up. But a lot of people are not willing to let go of their past. They're not willing to do the shadow work, the confronting of the trauma and releasing it. They're not willing to be the master of self in their reactions. They're not willing. It's okay. I only have supposedly 12 people watching. I don't get that many views. There's a lot of collapsing of my old paradigm that includes a lot of people that used to watch me. So I'm actually pulling in from Kathy past life that I've lived it seriously. I have knowing that I in one reality or another have lived in like Norway and Iceland and traversed the snowy mountainous ranges and worse. And I think I'm like pulling in that energy every morning when I'm walking. Going home isn't as cold as that, but like it's a weird calling home to my soul's calling. I mean, I could call people, but then again, I don't want to put anybody out of their way. And I don't want it done every day. If I don't feel good, I will call somebody. But I'm really pushing myself to do it because it's where I could sit there and say, wow, the universe is testing me with having no battery in the car and the starter or the alternator and the grounding, and I need a new car. And I have to walk through that uncomfortableness of playing Frogger to walk into the reality that I am working towards. I feel I deserve better for all the work that I do, and that I have to show my perseverance and strength to myself. Farley, where are you? I'm in Northwest Indiana. Yeah, the wind is what really kills it. I used to lifeguard, so eh, eh. Watch out, Iowa, you're getting snow. Oh, nice. I used to live in New York. So like you're in the in between. You're in the in between. Ooh. Brian Scott's been putting some good guided meditations out about embodying. This one that's coming up is embodying large sums of money. He's been doing some interesting ones. I haven't really listened to them because again, I'm arriving and observing the reality where I already have this stuff. But when I go to work, I don't sleep a full 8 hours, and a lot of his stuff is just about 8 hours if it's overnight stuff. And then I want to be in a state where I'm not getting ready for work and I am not paying attention. Yeah, probably you got our snowstorm. We had a foot just about of snow between the last two snowstorms. So yeah. I had more earlier. I This is 4 hours I've been on. And I would have been on earlier if I didn't have to change and get myself and my laundry. I have the heater that is usually under my desk on my outer wall of my house inside so that my pipes don't freeze, which has been working. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do dishwash tomorrow. Yes, Kathy, I did not forget. I'm gonna message you. I have to go underneath where all my candles are stashed, and I haven't been able to get there yet, but I'm gonna do it tomorrow, and I'll send you some pictures and stuff of what I have, because I really don't know what I have in stock. And I'll get back to you on that. I promise. Um, yeah. Don't think I did not forget about you. It's annoying. I've been having to walk on that. Yeah, there's some stuff in my house that because I don't have, so the problem when I didn't realize this, but this house doesn't have closets. I have three of them, and it's in the bedrooms. Like I don't have the furniture either to store things in. So everything is like laid out or hiding. So I have like where I make my candles and I do my boxing in my kitchen. And I have all the candles in underneath like folding tables. And then I have my kitchen table and like all this stuff. So I will get there. I will get there. Wrong oracle card. I have to cover this little lovely up. This is Cupido de Salvi. It is time to let go. Elsa's calling. Things are working out in their own way. Trust that your heart is wise in leading you on a soul healing journey and the right spiritual path. Spirit wants to bring you a blessing and resolution, but you must let go and allow it to happen. Let it go. I'm not very Elsa looking today either. Even if your plans are going awry, know what all will come together at the at the right time and in the best way possible. Surrender your struggle and hold on to your faith. You do not need to be in control in order to be safe and have things work out in the best possible way. In an often spiritually deficient modern culture, we have developed a kind of mystical amnesia. We have forgotten the genuine, effective, and astonishing power of spiritual intervention that can be invoked by an open heart. This oracle brings you a message from spirit. There is a problem in your life that seems very real and substantial. Yet, if you approach it from a more mystical perspective, desiring spiritual connection and healing, that issue can dissolve. It can be absorbed into spiritual light and be healed. It can transform in such a way that your current viewpoint of suffering will cease to exist. There is a path for healing you have yet to recognize. As you let go of what you think you should or must be, you'll recognize a perhaps unexpected path to your new true healing and inner fulfillment opening before you. In letting go, we give spirit permissions to heal the state of heart and mind that has led us into these difficulties. It can be surprising just how much we hold on to things we wish to be freed from. It might help you let go if you reflect on what would be different for you if this problem is no longer in your life. Sometimes we might hold on to pain, hoping to gain acknowledgement from a certain person who may just lack the emotional capacity and spiritual development to grant us a heartfelt apology. Sometimes we punish ourselves by holding on to pain, holding impossible and unhelpful standards of inhuman perfection, which we could forgive ourselves and move on. Spiritually, we have the power to forgive and free ourselves and others. There is so much to be gained in doing so. It is a way to heal the heart from emotional poison, awaken inner peace and freedom, and move forward with our lives. In the spiritual landscape of the heart, we let go of what we think and engage what we feel. The true mystical experience of divine love is not just emotional, it's transfiguring. It helps us transform ourselves and our lives. This oracle guides you to immerse yourself into spiritual light within your heart. A beautiful, uplifting outcome is being offered to you. Trust in spirit, let go, and receive. Hi, Sparky. I don't think you saw that. Don't think so. Hi, cutie pie. I'm stretching. I definitely need magnesium. Definitely. Everything changed in 2020. A line was drawn and a world slipped into a new timeline. The last years weren't random. They were your reshaping you, stripping out what couldn't survive where you're heading. That was the rebuild. Now it's your moment. 2026 is a year you stop diluting who you are, the year you live as yourself without apology, without hiding, without waiting for permission. This is your time to thrive, to claim what you've earned and step into the life that's been trying to reach you. It's yours now. But it takes a lot to get to this space with healing and releasing what no longer serves your paradigm. And as we've seen the universe has really did some work on my behalf, not in the best ways, to release the people, places, and things that no longer served me between 2020 and now. If I look back at 2020 and then 2 years before I moved here, there was a lot of changes I did back then. My thinking changed. I was expanding consciously in the political realm. I did a lot of research, a lot of reading, a lot of questioning. 2021, when I lost everything, 2022, those were the years that the universe was testing me to see how much I can detach from. What am I willing to sacrifice? And am I willing to take the big leap of faith into the unknown? And I think I passed that with flying colors. I did everything by myself to move and landed in a spot that I really didn't know anybody. Now I'm being initiated and tested again into, hey, we just stripped a whole bunch of shit away from you. Everything you thought you wanted and you needed and you loved, question it. Are those people, places, and things going to elevate you or keep you in the loop? Are those people, places, and things going to walk alongside you to help you walk with you as you do to them thrive? There was a lot of upheaval 5 years ago. Not just about going within and being the hermit and being locked literally, physically in your homes with the fear porn. Oh, Freya. Hi, Mama. She's bombing again. Hi, Mama. Hi, Freya. Come say hi to everybody. Come here. She said no. No? Come here. She photobombed. Video bombing Freya. Video bombing Freya cat. Video bombing the Freya cat. I don't have anything here to lure her back over here. She's sassy tailing herself out of the room. She's like, bye. Bye, mama. You know what I am sad? Because Odin used to sit over here and she used to sit in between my pyramids and she doesn't do that anymore. I don't know why. The sleeping dragon, probably. For me, the biggest test in 2020, between 20 and 22, was allowing myself to see how far I'm willing to go to stay alive. That made sense. When I moved to Indiana, I was 97 pounds, emaciated, and just depleted. Um, Universe really brings me to the death state physically. Before that, the other major change in career and stuff was working at the YMCA and literally dying, literally, not figuratively, literally dying every day until I got out of the environment that was causing me to die. I don't know what venture I'm going to be on next, besides doing this, if there is a career change, I do need what, listen, I love what I do. I am very passionate about what I do. I get nothing but compliments from people because I know what I'm doing and I do it very well. And I'm not speaking out of my ass. Um, I just have a lot of learned experience with children in autism and health issues. And I'm been trained very well. I don't know what's next for me, to be honest. I'm not worried about it. When it comes, it comes. Yeah, I mean, another reason why I'm walking is I'm obviously going through some of the beginning stages of the female seasons of change. Um, I never had kids, so sometimes hi Barbara. Perimenopause comes earlier for women who haven't had children. It depends. And it's starting to hit me. And the stress is not healthy. Hi, natural. Hi, I don't diet. So I don't want to get ever back to that weight again. That was very nasty. I wasn't healthy. I was dying. I was dying. And now I'm not, I'm not overweight. I'm actually where I should be at for my age bracket, my height. Yeah, I could lose a few pounds, and I'm doing the walk every day is also incentivizing me to do a little bit more activity. And not to say that like over the summer I go to the park and I do walk a lot, but like I need to move my body and I don't get to work out as much I at work I'm working out all the time. I'm lifting children on a changing table. I'm lifting kids out of a wheelchair. I'm doing things. I am a very active person at work, but I could be more active. So the walking to work is something that's great. But when it comes down to, having to walk to the post office, that's going to take me 3 hours. Yes. I might trim the bangs a little bit. I mean, I used to have bangs. I might do more of a soon and trim this up. I might trim it up. My hair is very thin. Like if I turn, it's not a pretty sight to look at the back of my head. So I'm trying to keep it around this length or a little shorter, just to keep it healthy. If we look back at the story that we're ending and what we're leaving behind, it's not to say to forget about it and don't learn from it. It's to say, okay, that is not my story anymore. I'm not going to live by, well, I was 97 pounds and the universe tries to kill me every time I need a major change. We're not going to flow with that anymore. It's not relevant in my life anymore. I'm not there anymore. But if we were all to reflect back, give yourself more credit than you do. I don't give myself the credit that I moved by myself. I moved in by myself and I did this all really by myself. where other people have friends, family, and people to fall back on. I don't have that. I'm not saying that you guys haven't helped me. That's not like physically moving boxes and helping me with the realtor and like, that's the stuff I'm talking about. Not that you're not here for me. But even back then, when I was screaming in chats, I need help. This is Allison putting her pride down. Allison doesn't do this. I need help. Crickets. And it's interesting. This is another thing that I noticed the universe does for me. As soon as I done a shit ton for others in my lifespan, for the friends that I've had and people around me. I'm a doer, I'm a giver, and I help. You call me, I'm a reliable person. As soon as those people exit my life, major fucking shit happens. The car died, battery not working. And everybody that could help me is out of my life. All the time. I got to put an end to that loop too. Physically, I'm talking about. People that can drive me to the store, people that can drive me to get the battery, people that could help me when the pipe bursts or I have the deluge down here. I had nobody to come and help me. The gunshot through my window is still there. The window never got fixed. I can't find a glass place because it's not glazed or glossed or whatever it needs to be, a piece of glass will crack under certain weather and conditions. And I also need it to be infused in something so it goes into the window. That was another thing I did not realize. It's not just glass. It has like a thing around it, like a metal frame, in order to insert it into the window. So my window is still busted with the gunshot going through it. Still there, duct tape. That has not been fixed. Allison found foam in the house, and I'm gonna cut up a piece of foam and put it there because I am getting draft, and then tape it so that I don't get draft. And I asked for help. So the universe literally almost killed me a few months ago. Stray bullet going through the house. Could have been shot. Obviously, I'm here. I'm fine. But it's the point of like, why did that happen? What was that waking me up to? Losing the job and losing everything good that I had in New York. Gone. Bye. Oh yeah, I had a stray bullet go through my house. Through the house. It went through my kitchen window, went through some boxes. It changed the trajectory of the bullet, and it hit the back portion panel of my storm door and then dropped where little Thor eats his food. The cops don't know, but the entry point of the bullet was straight. Usually, if a bullet's coming in at an angle, it missed a lot of things. It hit through boxes and then it went up. And it's usually the path that I walk to feed little Thor and go to my deck. It could have hit me. I mean, I have a pew pew and it's first off, I wouldn't have called the cops and I would have known if it was my pew pew that was, accidentally shot, like accidentally went off and it won't because I have the safety on and I don't chamber my gun. I don't have one in the chamber. I always have to before. I found it. It was a 9 millimeter. Um, but it came from somewhere outside, went through my window and went through my house and exited out my sliding door. It didn't hit the glass, it hit the panel, like the frame. And it's not ruined to the point where I can't fix it. No, I mean, why would I want to shoot my house? But not my weapon. I don't know where it came from. And the angle, I had people look at it, the angle that it came in on, it's a weird angle and it doesn't make sense. Hang on. Oh no, I heard the sound when it hit the back patio frame. I did not hear it go through my glass window because it didn't shatter. It just went through it, so I didn't hear it until it went through and hit my window. And I thought it came from the back of the house, like, oh, someone misfired. Shit. I pulled my pew pew. I got off my beanbag, that's like my couch. And then I went into the middle of the hallway. I didn't know if it was a drive-by shooting. I didn't know if someone misfired. I'm not in a place in Indiana. I'm like right under Gary. You can't shoot your guns in your backyard. Like in the middle, in two counties down, where I go to the open range, outdoor range, you could shoot on your property. Here, you cannot do that. A lot of my neighbors were working. It happened at like 4:30 in the afternoon. I think so, Sparky. The cops were saying that there was another call, but where they said that the shots were happening, it doesn't make sense. Um, just from my, Google mapping and knowing the neighborhood a little bit, doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And where it hit in my kitchen window, that doesn't make sense either. Because where the road is and where my driveway slopes down, and then the window is like here. So it's not necessarily, it's a little bit on above, like here's the street, there's the curve, and then there's my house. My window and the street level kind of match, sort of, where the window part that got hit. You would have to be standing like really close to the window to get the straight bullet entry the way it hit. They said it went from a block away to the side and whizzed through trees, cars, and moving cars to get into my house. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And the kids around here, they're They're not out. They were not out. So I honestly don't know. But I mean, I'm armed and I'm also very dangerous. I am. I'm the archangel. I have the sword and the shield in the same breath. And whenever it is my time to go, however, the manner in which I chose to go, I go. It is what it is. Till Valhalla, I'm okay. I'm, I'm an immortal. I live on in for infinitude. Whatever the story is, I have a window with a hole in it that I see. I can't seem to find somebody that can replace the glass. It's too complicated. Lowe's is like, I could cut it for you, but it's a weird size. I don't know how to price it. And then if you're gonna put it into the window, you need it thinner than what I'm giving it to you. So I didn't go there. And half the times the people that are at Lowe's, that's the only place I know besides a couple of other spots, they were like, yeah, you need to replace the whole window. That's 6 grand. I don't have that. So foam is going there. That's okay. Foam. I'm going to read this one. Post supermoon energy. We've experienced a rare full supermoon at 13 degrees Gemini on December 4th. The last of the year and the third in a series of 4 consecutive supermoons. This energy may help clear karmic contracts and often bring intense emotions and shifts, sometimes lasting for the full moon through the following new moon. The day after may feel turbulent, like a full moon hangover, and fatigue or heightened emotions are sometimes common. Amplified by the supermoon, it's important to go slow and honor your path. It's often suggested to avoid starting new relationships, new projects, or new ideas for at least 3 days after the full moon and reset overreacting or making rash decisions. As we move through the quad supermoon portal, we align with the universe's guidance, preparing to manifest our desires for the new year. The year of 10 ushers the magical transformations. So if you're feeling exhausted, you're not alone. You got this. Rest and self-care are best. This is a new term. Frost quakes? What is that? Gotta look that up. A frost quake. Okay, so I've never experienced this before. Maybe I have in New York. I don't know. A loud, explosive cracking sound caused by the rapid freezing of water in the ground during an extreme cold snap. It's not a tectonic one. I mean, New York got like I lived in Staten Island off the ocean. Like it does get cold, like super, super, super damn cold there. I mean, I'm on the same latitude, longitude to where I was, a little further up, but not as much. Um, I mean, you guys saw me. I was yawning like crazy, and I'm still very tired. Um, but the tiredness is your body recalibrating to the new. You're recalibrating. That's the best way to define it. You're recalibrating your body, your physicality to the new sense of self, and you haven't arrived there yet. And you're ping-ponging between the old story, the old self, to the new self, and there's a tug of war going on because you want to propel forward, but this is testing you, seeing if you're ready. And it's exhausting energetically. So a lot of us are exhausted. Our lakes are frozen over already. There's a lot of them. Just don't go ice skating just yet. It's not frozen completely. Don't do it. That's a new one. So I'd like to scope out. I'm looking. Spirit sometimes drops me good stuff while I'm Physicists designed a quantum wire with zero energy loss for high-speed communication. I told you guys the quantum AI metaphysical, there's going to be another one. So yeah, the energy exhaustion that I'm feeling and many of you are feeling is us letting go of the old, but being pulled, it's still thronging the death throes at us. And then being in the void of cohering and redefining and refining your energy field to a new reality. It is exhausting because you have to hold more frequency that you're not used to. And it does drain you until you release more to hold more. I have baby P in the backyard. I am not having ticks. I don't know where baby P is. I hope baby P is alive. Um, it is cold. I do leave food out for little Thor. There is tuna and food. Hmm. I've been feeding him down here. I said that earlier, but for those of you who little Thor has been hanging out in his nice heated mansion thanks to the person that got the heating pad for him. He's a happy camper in there. Straw, warmth, shelter, and the food I put outside. The water is inside, the food is on the outside, and I've been feeding him under. I have a little hang shelter that there's no snow, so he's not killing his paws in the snow and getting wet eating his food. So until my deck kind of defrosts because it's all ice, I'm feeding him down here, but he doesn't like me to video him down here. He wants his own little space. So we'll see. Sorry, I usually cover my mouth. That was pretty bad. Ivy, that's cute. I would be grumpy too. Like I get grumpy. It's normal. Very normal. I'm gonna probably end it here, guys. Please don't forget to like, subscribe if you haven't done so already. Ring the bell icon because me now walking to work and walking home, I never know what time I'm getting home because I am playing safe and not playing Frogger that terribly. I made it home every day since. Um, if you watch any one of my videos and you see the little star and you want to hype my video, only if it aligns with your essence, that helps me out get to a broader base of people that might benefit from conscious expansion. We'll be working on the presentation for everybody, but 40 members get ready. Hopefully by next weekend I get more done that I can at least do part 1 of that. And then you guys get to give me some insights on what you think and if anything should change or be added. That'd be great. In the meantime, ground your energy and do it different from what you're normally doing. So it's winter. It's not winter yet, but it's like winter-ish outside. If you're always going and putting your feet on the ground and you can't because it's snowy and the tree is like freezing, go take a bath or go listen to binaural beats in the shower. Um, that's awesome. Reminder that the exhaustion is you recalibrating to a new frequency and a new reality. We are the bridges. The archetypes told us the temple, the bridges, and the siren. The siren is the old trying to let us go back there. We're not going back to the old earth. We're formulating the new one, and it's collapsing as we speak. I will, Miss Ashmaya. I need some supplements. Hyping is a great way to help contribute. Memberships for sure. I am working on B Lady commissioned me to do a drawing and I got stuff I have to look for some other people. Be patient with me. I'm doing the best that I can. There's something else. It escapes me. But thank you all for joining me tonight and today, wherever you are in the world. It's important that we realize what we're entering and not to go back. So just keep pushing forward. I do that every day. I try to live more in the moment. Please make sure you are focused on future in the present moment, realizing that your future self is sending you signs and symbols, not just the angels and the higher ups. It's all that, but it's more your other self. collapse the wave function, look at the superposition, and be the clippers. I have scissors. Realize your power. Realize what you are. Don't stray away. And don't allow the echoes of the past story, the things that are dissolving and decohering out of your frequency, don't let it back in yet. If it comes back later in life, when their vibration has changed. Right now, it's a test. Don't fold. Oh, I have hair stuff. I do my own hair. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the shoulder. Be the lighthouse. Sprinkle and seed your truths. Light that path forward. Like, share, subscribe. Hype if you have it in your heart. Any one of my videos. For the young soul, or young, whatever that book is called from the Curtis books, will be the next book Spirit chose. And until the next time, guys, I will be live on Tuesday, probably around 5:30, maybe earlier, we'll see. Giving you all love and light. Breathe. We got this, guys.